signatures, but I appreciate you coming in and doing that for me.
Okay, no worries.
Okay, I think we have everybody here. And so Andy, is it okay if I start?
Yes, we are streaming.
All right, I'd like to call to order the regular meeting of the Temple Center Unified School District Board of Education for Wednesday, December 9th, 2020. We'll start off with a roll call vote. Member Nolenberg?
Yes, I'm here on the phone.
Okay,
Can you
Member
hear me?
Smith? Yes, we can hear you. Member Smith?
Yes, I'm here.
Member Espinosa?
Here.
Member Lynn?
Here.
And I am here, Donna Georgino. All right, item 3 is public comment on closed session agenda items. Do we have any, Marie?
No, we don't.
Okay, we don't have any. Item 4 is disclosure of items to be discussed in closed session. We have 2 personnel matters, Government Code 54957, public employee appointment, discipline, dismissal, and release, and conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Government Code 54956.9 D1. There are 2 cases. The case numbers are 2020100251 and 2020090219. Would someone like to make a motion to adjourn to closed session?
I'll make the motion.
Okay, motion by Member Nolenberg,
I'll second it.
second by Member Smith. We'll do a roll call vote. Member Smith,
Yes.
Member Espinosa,
Yes.
Member Lynn,
Yes.
I am a yes, and Member Nolenberg.
Yes.
Okay, we are adjourned to closed session at 5:34 p.m.
Okay.
All right, so just hang in there, Ken.
We're in 4 now, right? We're going to 4, right?
We're going to closed session, which is.
Okay. Do I have to do?
I think he got moved. Or he dropped. Here we go.
Kim, do you need to go into closed session?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
How do I go?
I'll send you right now.
Oh,
All right, Maria, it's just Marianne. Okay, cool.
Hi, Chris.
Hey Donna, how are you?
Good. I see you brought your students with you.
Yes, of course. They are stars. Absolutely.
I can't wait to hear from them.
Yeah, no, I'm really excited to listen to them speak tonight. I know they're going to do a great job.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thanks for having us tonight.
Sure. Thank you for being here. From home.
Yes. Yeah. I like how you guys did a night. Did you guys do that yourself with the wallpaper there behind you in your, I like how you matched it.
Oh, this?
Yeah.
Actually, my mom used to live here before she passed away, and she did it.
Oh, okay.
It's an old house, and so and she loved antiques, so everything's kind of old looking, old style.
Okay. Well, they were very careful with the way they laid that out. They're very paid attention to detail.
Yeah, I think my brother might have done that for her.
Okay.
I don't recall, but yeah.
I
Now
think-
you don't see too many houses with wallpaper anymore, but I
No.
still have it.
No, and they lined up. For me, I would have noticed if the lines didn't line up perfectly, and they lined those lines.
Mhm.
Perfectly.
Yeah, no, can't have that.
I know. Hi, Kaysen. Hi, Andrew. Hi, Isabel. Hey, Rylan. Hey, and then and there's Anderson as well, and somebody named connecting to audio. Oh, it's Tomer. Hey, Tomer.
How many students do you have coming?
I think because we have two of groups that are we'll talk about how they're still active as extracurricular groups even though we're in distance learning, and so I would say 3 or 4 from each group, from the newspaper called Tiger Times and from our Science Olympiad team. Yeah, so somewhere between
Okay,
6 and 8
great.
students.
We had, I believe it was, I'm trying to remember. It was La Rosa that had the kids from TED Ed, I believe. So we went on to, we had 2 pages of Zoom pictures, but
Okay. Yeah,
That's
I
all
watched
right.
that. I thought it was nice.
Hello?
Okay, Ken, we haven't started yet.
Okay, I'm in, I guess.
Okay, just hang on. We have about 4 more minutes.
I'll hang.
Okay.
Okay. You bought the house they went to today?
$40 million?
28,000 square feet.
Oh, 20,000? I thought it was like 15,000. That's fine. So she didn't.
Hi, Chris.
Huh?
I see all your
Hello?
kiddos. I see all your kiddos in the screen.
Yeah, we've got kids from both our newspaper and from our Science Olympiad team. It's great.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Hey, Tessie.
Hey, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Doing okay. Doing okay.
Kim, I'm on the phone,
Hey, how are you, Ken?
okay?
Good.
You got
You
the
navigate-
word, I had a test Monday, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I haven't got the results back yet.
Okay.
They're supposed to call tomorrow, or if they don't call tomorrow, I assume it's negative. That's what they said.
Perfect. We're hoping for negative.
So do I.
Robin.
There's no public comment, Donna.
Okay. I have one. Okay, I think we have everybody here. So Andy, are we good to start?
Yes, you are.
All right. We'll reconvene to open session at 7:00 p.m. and may I have a motion, please?
I'll make the
So moved.
motion.
Motion
Second.
by member Smith, member
I'll
member
second it.
Nolenberg, and then second by member Smith. Okay, roll call vote. Member Espinosa,
Here, yes.
member Lynn.
Yes.
I'm a yes. Member Nolenberg,
Yes,
member Smith.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries 5-0. Tonight's meeting is being digitally recorded, and our Pledge of Allegiance will be led by member Lynn.
Please stand.
Conveniently came with the flag. Thank you.
Place your right hand over your heart and ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to
allegiance,
the flag of the United States of America,
America,
to the
to the
republic,
republic for which it stands,
one nation, under
under
God,
God,
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
is
Thank you. Tonight in closed session, the board took action on took the following actions. By a vote of 5-0, unanimously approving a settlement agreement regarding OAH case number 20201-00251. And as I said, it was unanimous. Now for the fun part. We have a special recognition presentation tonight by Longden Elementary School, and we have our principal from Longden, Chris Holmes. So Chris, please take it away.
Thank you, President Georgino. Good evening, everybody. President Georgino, Vice President Lynn, Member Nolenberg, Member Espinosa, and Member Smith, as well as Dr. Fricker. Thank you for having us here this evening. I'm putting myself on the clock to make sure that I don't talk for more than 2 minutes, because we're here to talk about the wonderful things going on at Longden and our amazing students. They're allowing me to share the screen. We have a little presentation we put together here just to kind of what we were doing. So this is a picture of Longden with no students, and this is our motto of Tigers being kind, safe, and responsible. And here is a picture of us during our Great Kindness Challenge. And you can see our tiger there in the middle and all of our students in the shape of a heart. And I wanted to talk about 3 things this evening. I wanted to talk about our dedicated staff, our amazing parents, our supportive, amazing parents, and our amazing, resilient students. So with our staff members, they've really gone above and beyond, not only learning everything they needed to learn to deliver online instruction, but as well as they've made sure to do extra things for our students. And so you can see here a parade that we did last year. But during our distributions this year, to make sure our students get their materials, our teachers have really gone the extra mile for our students. And it's so impressive. And it's what makes Longden just a really special place, is the relationship between students and teachers and what teachers do for students. Our PTA is also an amazing organization, and they've really done an amazing job for us this year with our virtual assemblies, and led by an offsite instructor named Janet Adkins. And they really put on some amazing assemblies each month for us. And this year we wanted the focus of these assemblies to be connecting with what the board has talked about, which is our cultural awareness and our cultural responsiveness. And so each month's theme is bringing cultural awareness to our students. So the first month was focusing on Dia de los Muertos, and the second month was focusing on Diwali, or the Festival of Light, the Indian Festival of Light. And in January, we're going to be focusing on African-American artists. So each month is a theme to bring cultural responsiveness to our students. And the last group that we're here really to talk about, the main reason why we're here this evening, is to honor our students. So at the beginning of the school year, 2 teachers approached me because they knew that our students, even in lockdown, they wanted to continue doing those, not only what they're doing in the classroom, but outside of the classroom. And those teachers that came to me, Samantha Chang, Karen Shea, as well as another one of our teachers, Oi Long, who works with them, they wanted to keep our student newspaper and our Science Olympiad team going. And so at this point, I want to turn this over to them, to Miss Shea, Miss Long, and Mrs. Shea, Miss Long, and Mrs. Chang. So I'm going to mute myself and allow them to take over.
So I can start with Tiger Times, if that's okay. So hi, I'm Samantha Chang. I teach 5th grade at Longden, and I'm not as confident speaking in front of adults, but I'm going to read what I've written, just to give you a background about Tiger Times. So good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for inviting us tonight. My name is Samantha Chang. I teach at Longden. I teach 5th grade, and Ms. Oi Long and I are co-advisors for Longden Tiger Times, and Ms. Oi Long teaches 4th grade. Our Tiger Times program first began in 2013 when one of our Longden 5th graders, Jackie Pomeroy-So, wanted to start a new school newspaper. And it was a small paper, but it had a whole lot of heart. After Jackie graduated, it was discontinued. Then 2 years ago, her sister Kaya, who was EIC for the high school's Rampage newspaper, who is also a Longden partner, asked us if we would want to revive our Tiger Times. So she offered their services as student directors to help our Tigers, our students at Longden, write and publish an official paper. And that's when we jumped at the opportunity. So prior to the pandemic, our news and stories would go to a printing shop, and the 4-page spread would be in the hands of our 3rd through 6th grade students, which is about a circulation of 800 students and families. So Tiger Times is a completely student-run program. We print about 3 papers a year. Students not only benefit from learning journalistic writing skills, they also acquire photography skills, interviewing skills, and even graphic design. In addition to that, they gain confidence by meeting and speaking with different people they come across as they gather information for their stories. Lastly, they get to see their names in the papers. I want to acknowledge the dedication of our high school student directors this year, who are continuing to make Tiger Times enriching for our students, especially during this very unique time of virtual learning. So at this time, I do want to introduce our high school student directors and our 5 senior staff writers. They're senior staff writers is because they're returning students to Tiger Times. So they joined last year and they're returning this year. And so after I introduce the students, 5 of our senior staff writers would like to share a little bit about their experience being in Tiger Times. Our 2 high school student directors, and if I call your names, you guys go ahead and wave your hands so they can see you. Our first high school student director is Tuan Nguyen. The second is Sierra Barrios. And our senior staff writers, our 5th and 6th graders, are Julie Lee, Isabel Bergstrom, Rylan Chow, Kason Lam, and Anderson Lam. So at this time, I'm just gonna call the student's name in the same order and you guys can share your experience being in Tiger Times. So let's start with Julie.
Hi, I'm Julie and I'm a staff writer at Tiger Times. When I first joined last year, I didn't really know what to expect from this program, but I'm glad because I really improved my writing. Even though we are in distance learning right now and won't get the satisfaction of holding the newspaper in our hands, I'm glad to work with other students on something special and also practice responsibilities like meeting deadlines.
Okay, next, thank you, Julie. Next is Isabel Bergstrom.
Tiger Times is a really fun program to be in, and writing for the newspaper and interviewing others is extremely fun. I like that we can meet new people and have fun overall.
Thank you, Isabel. Rylan Chow.
Having Tiger Times this year has increased my learning and given me something to do. I have learned to write different forms of writing such as entertainment and opinion articles. With lockdown still in place, Tiger Times has allowed me to still participate in programs that are beneficial to my knowledge. Additionally, communicating with people other than my family is a nice treat during the pandemic.
Thank you, Rylan. Kason Lam.
To me, I feel like Tiger Times isn't a club. It's an opportunity for kids to write important news that will go out to parts of a school. Sure, it takes long, but it is worth the wait. I was in it and it changed my writing skills. They taught me things I never knew about writing, such as infographics and news briefs, which are one of the main things in newspapers. I encourage other students going up to 5th grade or 6th grade to take this opportunity because it will change your writing skill.
Thank you, Kason. And lastly, but not, is Anderson Lam.
I think that Tiger Times is a wonderful platform to let people know about your writing talents and skills. You can socialize with other people frequently by expressing your ideas with each other. For example, you may work with groups and collaborate on informative and interesting facts. You can learn about fun lessons on how to make an infographic chart or take photos like a professional. I want to thank Mrs. Chang and the high school student volunteers for creating a great program for us.
Thank you for inviting Tiger Times to share with you. Thank you, board members.
Thanks, Samantha.
Oh, could I ask one question, Chris? Is there a way that we could be on your list, the board members, so that we get a copy of the Tiger Times?
Absolutely.
I'd love
Absolutely. Yeah.
And the superintendent.
Absolutely.
And the superintendent, of course. Thank
Everybody.
you.
Yeah. Now with Parent Square, we can get everybody. Absolutely.
That's great.
Okay, thank you.
So Karen Shea works with Samantha and in Science Olympiad as well. And so Karen's going to talk about her Science Olympiad team.
Hi, everyone. My name is Karen Shea, and I'm a 6th grade teacher at Longden. I'm one of the coaches of Science Olympiad alongside Mrs. Samantha Chang. Science Olympiad just to give you a little brief history, at Longden was brought to life by our amazing colleague, Lisa Taylor. She saw that there was a need to improve the quality of science education and increase interest in science. Longden is very fortunate to also have many parents that want to give their children an opportunity to do something fun and exciting, but also enriching at the same time. Our goal was simple. We wanted to bring the competitive team spirit typical in sports into an academic arena that requires practice and commitment throughout the year. Our team of 15 students prepare all year long to compete in 20 different events against 50 schools across Southern California. These events range from engineering events to in-depth knowledge-based tests. And every year we are blown away by the level of intensity our students bring to the table. We are so impressed with all our students who put in the time and effort necessary to help our team succeed. So here with us today, we have 3 sixth graders who have been with us over the years. We have Rylan Chow, you can raise your hand. We have Madison Fan, and we have Andrew Kobayashi. So first up, I would like Rylan to share a little bit about his experience with Science Olympiad over the years, and then we'll have Madison.
Science Olympiad has allowed me to be fun, be creative, but still have a learning aspect with it. Each topic was taught to us by different experiments, slideshows, and quizzes. For example, the event aerodynamics was taught to us by folding paper airplanes. Then we would test them and try to figure out what the best design was. It was also very engaging because many of the events for the competition were team-based. We must thoroughly communicate with each other to win points. Therefore, I believe that many opportunities will come up because I participated in this program.
Thank you, Rylan. Madison?
Good evening. My name is Madison Fan, and I'm a 6th grader. This is my 3rd year of joining Science Olympiad. I cannot think of a better club or extracurricular activity than be a part of this team. It helped me to become self-motivated due to the uniqueness of the different event types that Science Olympiad had to offer. I have gained skills in researching, critical thinking, communication, and teamwork. We study different events such as animal anatomy, don't bug me, and what went by. There are also building events such as can race, paddle boat, and tennis catapult, just to name a few. These building events I have enjoyed the most is testing them with my teammate. It was interesting to learn each of us build the same event differently. My first year events that Alexi, my partner, and I are responsible for was Ride It, Do It, and Edwin, my partner, for the tennis catapult event. We had lots of fun studying and researching the event together. For the tennis catapult, we built and tested together lots of times to make sure we can hit the target from a distance of 2.5 meters to 5 meters. I have met many new friends throughout this program who have similar interests and goals. On competition day, all the hard work and preparation is finally here. It is overwhelming with joy, excitement, and nervousness. At the same time, when I saw a few thousand students gathered in one place for competition in Science Olympiad, we got final instruction from Ms. Chang and Ms. Shea before the scheduled event, where to go, be on time, and general rules. Most importantly, Ms. Chang and Ms. Shea gave us a motivational and encouraging speech that helped us have confidence and believe that we will do well in the competition. We did very well and finished with a silver medal. It was a great experience, and I am happy to be a part of this amazing team. Lastly, Ms. Chang and Ms. Shea did a superb job in teaching us and guiding us in all aspects of Science Olympiad. If you are new, don't worry. Ms. Chang and Ms. Shea can help you with whatever you need.
Thank you, Madison.
Thank you, Madison.
Is that all of our students, Karen?
Yes, that's it.
Great. Any questions for our Science Olympiad team?
Yes, where do they meet? What school do they meet at?
Well, we would usually meet at Longden after school on Thursdays, but now we're meeting over Zoom on Tuesdays, and we are still trying to conduct science experiments together. We're still learning. Although we don't have a competition date set, we're trying to get ahead of everything. So we're still practicing together.
Do you do anything with Cloverly?
We used to have competitions with Cloverly, like a practice competition with Emperor and Cloverly, but not this year.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
How big is this Science Olympiad team currently? How many students?
Our team is 15 members.
That's a good size.
It's composed of 4th, 5th, and 6th graders.
And where do you get, does PTA help with the funding of that, or the parents, the children that are involved in it? How does that work?
Parents do contribute. They have a donation for us, but the school does cover the cost.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great job, kids.
Yeah, we're really proud of both groups. With everything going on, our students' willingness to keep going and persevering and do the extra, even if it has to be home on Zoom. And our teachers. It's really awesome and amazing. And we are thankful that we had the opportunity tonight come here and talk about this and meet with all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Longden.
Thank you.
Those were two very impressive programs, and we're so happy that you were able to come here tonight. And also special thanks to the 2 students from Temple City High School that are assisting with the Tiger Times. Thank you for being here also. Okay,
Thank you.
so so if any of you would like to, now's a good time to bug out. If you have homework to do or other things, feel free to leave whenever it's convenient for you. We're going to move on to item 11, which is public comment on agendized and non-agendized items. And I don't believe we have any, correct, Marie? I don't know where she is, but I think that's
Shaking her head no.
right, Marie?
I'm right next to you. No, we don't have any.
Okay, I do have one thing. Tonight we're going to adjourn the meeting in memory of Dave Schindel, who was a longtime teacher here in the school district. And his wife wrote a little biography, so I thought I would read it now because sometimes people leave when the meeting gets long. Dave Warren Schindel was born in Denair, California on August 4th, 1946. David graduated from Skyline High School in Oakdale, California in 1964, and he had a full ride scholarship to USC. He had a great time his freshman year, so he lost his scholarship. The school of hard knocks, but yet it was a learning experience. Dave met the love of his life at Pasadena Nazarene Church in 1969. They were good friends, sang in the choir together, attended Bible studies together, and worked on Sunday school council together. Romance developed and they started dating in August 1971. They were engaged in September 1971 and married in February 1972.
Wow.
Steve and Andrew joined the family in 1978. Timothy Warren made the Schindel family complete in 1984. Granddaughter Catherine Nicole joined the family in 2001, and 18 months later, Kristen Jean was born. Dave enjoyed traveling. He loved driving and planning every detail of the trip. Dave and Sherry traveled to every state and to many of the national parks. Camping in the redwoods with the family was always great fun. Dave loved singing in the choir at his church. He sang in the choir for more than 48 years. In 1988, Dave Schindel quit his job and went full-time to the University of Laverne to complete his degree and receive a teaching credential. It was a great day in the Schindel family when David received a phone call from Bill Brode, who was the high school principal at the time, asking Dave to join the staff of TCHS. From 1993 through 2014, Dave was a social science teacher, a beloved social science teacher at TCHS. And also I'll note his wife, Sherry, was a longtime employee of ours also. She worked at Emperor. So our condolences to the family, and we will adjourn in his memory later on tonight. Okay, moving on to the community update. I have a few things. Currently, the Camellia Festival is accepting applications for the Royal Court. So if any of you know of any first graders out there, please have them go to the Camellia Festival website and fill out an application. Also, I'd like to thank the mayor of DeWarty, Sam Kang, and BYD City Motors. They donated masks and hand sanitizer to the district, several cases of it. So thank you very much. Ramrodders is having a fundraiser at Panda Express for about the next, 37 minutes. So if you're hungry, you can run over there real quick and get something. And finally, the Ramrodders is also doing another fundraiser. It's called Rams on the Run. You sign up and you get a bib that looks like this. And then on your own time, you can go out, run, walk, or ride a bike. And you're supposed to take pictures and post it on social media. And you can also get a t-shirt if you'd like. So I encourage everybody to sign up, get some exercise. It'll help counteract all those goodies we're going to be eating over the holidays. And also it'll help support our sports programs at Temple City High School. Okay, that's all I have for the community update. Next is our district updates, and we'll start with business services. Mary Ann Sorrell.
Good evening. The district would like to thank and acknowledge the following generous donations. And I'm going to try my best with these names, and I apologize in advance if I do not pronounce them correctly. Ohio Pile Prints donated $77.04 of materials and supplies to the high school. Xiao Shea donated $20 to La Rosa. Owing Lee Shane donated also $20 to the high school. To La Rosa. And as Mrs. Georgino just mentioned, BYD Care gave a very generous donation of child-size masks, adult masks, N95 masks, and hand sanitizers, both large size for classrooms and individual. Business Services has been working with LACO and Annette Yee from Montague DeRose and Associates in refining the Temple City cash flow projections for 2020-21 and 21-22. As we will discuss further in the meeting later, the district is expecting cash deferrals of $9,859,834 beginning in February. And we're preparing to participate in the tax and revenue anticipation note. The TRAN. The governor's budget meeting on January 15th will provide updates on deferrals and funding. There has been some talk that state revenues were higher than expected and some of the deferrals may not occur. They may be smaller. We will find out after the January 15th meeting and bring more information back to the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Educational Services, Hannah Getty.
Good evening. So one of our updates, we have a club at TCHS. Some students in a club named Codely have volunteered their time and have encouraged some teachers to volunteer their time to run some coding workshops after school with some of our elementaries. So that they've been working with me. These students are so impressive. They really know how to put documents together, be very organized, communication, and they've been very respectful of the process of how difficult it can be often to run things that just seem fun, and you have to just make sure all the liability and everything's in line, and they've been so understanding of that. So I've been very impressed by not only their maturity, but also their ability. So we're running Codely, I believe at Oak, Longden, and Cloverly. Those teachers have volunteered, so we're very excited about that. We have sent out, both through student services as well as personnel services, sent out the staff survey, as well as we sent a parent survey to our parents. And I think Dr. Fricker might be reporting on some of that information. And we have more to come, more surveys to follow, and just gathering everybody's information. We've been very grateful for the responses we've received, both from parents and staff. In ed tech, we were able to finally solidify Impero. It's a software that we brought in to help our teachers be able to see and manage student screens. So it really helps when a student's having difficulty and they don't know how to get to somewhere. And then it also helps when students just want to veer off to go watch some videos or do something they probably shouldn't be doing. So it gives the teachers some control over the classroom, the new classroom. So we finally have it working pretty solidly for our Chromebook users. Unfortunately, with our recent recent precautionary closures, we haven't been able to update the students that have PCs. They need a flash drive update. So as soon as we get that done, we'll be able to run it at the higher elementary grades as well as Oak. So we're looking forward to that. Our TOSAs, Scott Sherman and Amy Gerling, have been awesome. They've been running office hours and open Zoom sessions on Fridays for various trainings or just to help answer questions. Our teachers have been great to contribute to those, and we're all learning together. So it's been a very collaborative experience, and we continue to do those. We've continued with our SARB, our SARB joint meetings with Arcadia. We have actually been, believe it or not, very successful this year in a very positive and supportive way. We've been able to really connect with families, get them the help they need. And sometimes it's just, a hotspot and technology access, but oftentimes it's a little bit more than that, connecting them with Care Solis and some other opportunities. So we've been really grateful, and we have a good partnership working with Arcadia Unified. Unfortunately, our DA representative did share with us that the program that oversees truancies in the schools is ending. The new DA is going to put an end to that program. So we're sort of nervous to see what the new program will be, if there will be a new program, or how that will fall on schools. Because having that support of the ACT program, which is a truancy program in support of keeping kids in school, has been very, very helpful. So they've asked us for our letters of support. TCUSD will be sending a letter to the SAR panel so that they do hear how well we've used this program. It's not punitive in any way. It's much more supportive of our students and getting them the help and the access that they need. Lastly, we've been working with our alumni from TC for Change, and we're working on our video project. It's slowly coming together. We haven't gotten a lot of entries yet, but we do know that people have committed to participating. Our counselors have done an excellent role in stepping up. They're going to be working with our students and getting our parent permission to get a lot of our current students, and then our alumni will work to get some of our alumni to be able to just give a voice to this video montage that we're excited to be able to do. And other than that, that's where we are in ed services, just moving forward. Special ed is continuing to work on supporting our students in all of the various ways that they can. The 2020, pandemic is causing difficulty everywhere, but everybody's working together and slowly making some progress. So that's it for ed services.
Thank you. Personnel services, Dr. Fricker, are you going to take that one, or?
I will. So in terms of personnel services, we're just wrapping up just the last bit of hiring that we have going on right now. And then we did just complete all of our certificated, certifying our certificated credentials. And so that was a big process to make sure that all of our teachers are properly placed, and that if we have any adjustment or reporting, that we do that accurately to the state. So we are actually going to go into a little bit of a hiatus where we just focus on evaluations, get away from the hiring component, and then we just await the staffing requirements and staff ratios that we are working with. In addition, we also went into negotiation with our bargaining units today with regard to our memos of understanding and making sure that everything is accurate and up to date. Even though things are changing, we want to make sure that those are reflected inside of those memos of understanding, those MOU agreements, and that we keep all of our staff safe, and that we put in the proper provisions, and we work in unison and collaboration with all of our union leaders. So I just want to thank Robin, Art, Effie, Kyla, and Christy for all of the work that they did today in all of the meetings, and that's what just makes our partnership strong. So that's the end for personnel.
Thank you. Next is our bargaining unit comments. TCEA, Kyla, do you have anything?
Yeah, I'll just take a minute to just thank the superintendent and the executive cabinet, all the administrators at the district office. I feel like they've been doing a wonderful job communicating with TCA and also putting safety of our members really at the forefront. So there's been great communication. COVID's really given us a lot of challenges, and I've just been very happy, especially the last couple of weeks. There's just been great communication and a real focus on letting us know what's going on, even though there's just kind of scary times with all of the COVID numbers going up. So very much appreciate that.
Okay, thank you. CSEA 105, Robin?
I do have something tonight. It has nothing to do with union business. I want to tell you a little personal story about Dave Schendel, just to give you a little glimpse as to what kind of person he was. So Dave and I worked together at the high school for quite a few years, about 12 years, I think. And we were very good buddies. He'd come in, he was always one of the first teachers there in the morning. And he would come down the hall to get his mail, and he'd always stop by my desk and say hello. And we had three things in common that we shared the love of, which I know is terrible grammar, but the Redwood Forest, music, and Christmas. And so one year he popped in, and it was 12 days before we went on Christmas break. And he said, I am going to sing you a song, a Christmas carol, every day, every morning to start your day out until we go on Christmas break. So it was my 12 days of Christmas. And he would add choreography sometimes. He was so animated and so much fun. And he was like a born performer, and he was just so great. And he did that for years. And when I left when I left the high school and went to Longden, and that first Christmas rolled around, I missed it so much. I can't even tell you. So that's just a little bit of what he was. And then one year, he and Janice Marasco, who you guys don't know either, but she's retired also. They were very good buddies. And they got a group of us together, and they created a scavenger hunt at Bass Pro Shop. And we got into teams of 4, and we went to the Bass Pro Shop, and we went on this scavenger hunt, finding UPC codes for certain things. And it was so much fun. He was just an amazing, amazing human being. And not only that, he was a great teacher. And the kids loved him. So I just wanted to give a shout out. And Sherry, his wife, Sherry, we're friends on Facebook. And I really just, my heart goes out to her, and I send her my sympathy. So that's it.
Thank you for sharing that, Robin. CSCA 823, Art.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I just want to touch what Kim was saying about our meeting today. It was good. We went over the MOU and looked at all items and made sure that we were up to date. I really like our open communication that we have. I don't think we've ever had this great communication between my chapter and the district, and I don't know how long that I can remember. But it's great that we were working together and working on this COVID situation and trying to make sure everybody's safe. And I know we're gonna have a lot more work coming our way. So I'm looking forward to working with the district leadership, and hope things go well. Everybody stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Art. Next is board member comments. And since tonight is his last meeting, we're going to start with member Nolenberg.
Okay, I'd just like to wish everybody a Merry Christmas, and the Jewish people who have holidays on 2 days this month, I hope that they have a good time too. Also, I'd like to thank all the frontline people who are fighting COVID and who risk their lives and health for us, including the superintendent and all the district office employees and the teachers and the parents and the students, mainly the students. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Next is member Espinosa.
Good evening, everybody. I kind of wanted to focus my update tonight on the CSBA annual education conference that I attended. I attended 4 workshops. The first one was governing with an equity lens. And they discussed the importance of understanding the history of inequity, and they shared a brief animated video presentation to explain at a high level the history of inequity and how it impacts people of color and females. A large part of the discussion was around being able to have tough conversations on this topic and making it work that is ongoing, not just something that we do because it's a hot topic this year. So it was very informative. I enjoyed that one. I also attended Bullying Intervention Systems, and that was presented by the administrators of the San Bernardino City USD. And there was a discussion about, what constitutes bullying versus, more of just a general conflict. This concept of, bullying involves what they called RIP, R-I-P, repeated, intentional, and impactful, and that involves power imbalance. So it was very interesting to hear that. They also discussed the success that they had in their district related to implementing what they called undercover anti-bullying teams that are made up of students with influence, and they use it to fix bullying issues successfully. So that was good to hear. I also attended Supporting Mental Health for Students and Educators. And there was a discussion around resources available through the California Department of Education Mental Health Services Program. And then Bakersfield City School District discussed strategies that they implemented to address mental health, including opening 4 wellness centers. Then there was a discussion around secondary traumatic stress that impacts those that have not had their own traumatic stressors, but are impacted by the experiences they hear of others, including their, for teachers, their students, families, and for students, what's going on with their friends and their families, and how real that is. And they also discussed youth mental health first aid, which originated in Australia. And it's basically role play and simulation training that helps participants to learn how to assess mental health crisis interventions, initial interventions, and provide initial help. So very, very informative. And it's such a serious topic these days with this prolonged, stay-at-home order and the distance learning. Which takes me to the final one that I attended, which was Visual and Performing Arts Post-COVID. The presentation was given by the San Gabriel Unified School District, which is very close in size to our district. And a board member and a couple of administrators did the presentation there. And they were presented with studies related to meaningful, well, let me back up. There were some studies that San Gabriel Unified viewed VAPA, which is Visual and Performing Arts for everybody, as a meaningful way to address social and emotional wellness during and after COVID for students. And instead of cutting VAPA programs, they doubled down on VAPA programming during COVID, and they decided it was an essential component to social emotional well-being. And they made it a core to their curriculum. And some formal steps they took included doing a board declaration that they were an arts equity district. They partnered with the LA County Arts Collective, Arts Education Collective. They assembled a VAPA committee, and that committee was to set direction and goals for any VAPA in their district. And then they used COVID funding to provide tools to all students and supplies to them during distance learning. And then they partnered with, that partnership with the LA County Arts Collective led to other partnerships. And this was pretty cool. What I thought was really cool was their choral area found a partnership through the collective with the LA Opera House, and they're performing a virtual opera, and they're incorporating visual arts in that opera, that virtual opera, and having their visual arts high school students create an animation that tells the story of the opera that they're going to be presenting. So, I felt like after hearing that, I just felt like at some point we really should, make a kind of a more formalized, have a more formalized discussion around, performing arts and what role it plays in our district. And if we decide that, VAPA is a core piece to our vision and our mission, then maybe formalize it in a similar manner, because a lot of these things that they did are not things that were costly, but it gave some direction and, being part of a partnership at LA County Arts Education Collective has led to, other things and other partnerships that I think we need to kind of look at VAPA a little bit more formally. And we don't have to be a performing arts school, but if we could be, an arts equity district or even an equity champion of the arts, I think that that it ties back to social emotional health, and being creative in times like this is an outlet. And so anyway, just for everybody's consideration, that's all for me.
Thank you. Next is Member Smith.
Okay. I wanted to extend my thank you to the Longden team who came here tonight and shared with us their work on the Tiger Times and the Science Olympiad. I think that's great. I also wanted to take a moment and recognize all the Reflections Award winners for PTA and PTSA. And there was a big long list of the students who were recognized and what they were recognized for, but I don't think anybody would want me to read that. There were quite a few. I also want to say to arts in particular, but really all of our union supporters, that Kim has shared with us the work that you're doing on the MOUs. And I think I can safely say that we're all collectively very pleased with the progress and are looking forward to as much as you are. Then I wanted to jump back a little ways to November 19th. It was the tree planting at the high school that took place along Temple City Boulevard. Unfortunately, I was not able to attend. I had actually an eye exam that morning, and I didn't know they were going to dilate my eyes, but I couldn't be out in the sun. I was blinded, but I have gone by several times and seen all the trees planted. I saw pictures, so thank you for that to Marianne, especially for getting us that grant. Some of the other meetings I've attended, there was a LAXTA meeting on November 30th that focused on ethnic studies. There was another meeting put on by a group called Capital Advisors on December 1st. It included the state controller, Betty Yee, and the state treasurer, Fiona Ma, and talked about the budget situation in the LAO's office. And actually, there's pretty good news with the budget. They, as it turns out, the state receives its income from three sources: sales taxes, state income taxes, and personal taxes. And as it turns out, the one group who's done really well through this pandemic are the wealthy people. And there has been a lot of tax revenue received by the state, and they're not going to realize the hit that they thought we were going to hit or realize much earlier this year. So that's good news. Then also on December 1st, the Kiwanis Club put on a Zoom meeting with Dr. Leslie Kay, who talked about COVID-19. I thought it was going to deal more with education, but it really wasn't so much focused on education as it was just on COVID-19 itself and some of the symptoms and how it affects your taste buds and whatnot. It was pretty interesting. Then, like Melissa, I attended the CSBA Annual Education Conference. I also attended 4 sessions. The first 2 were the same first 2 as hers: governance with an equity lens, and bullying intervention systems. I also attended another one called Engage, Inform, Communicate, Transform, which really talked about how to keep the community involved and informed, and as well as certainly the staff and folks in the district, but just really try to get out there and share and engage. And then the last one was called Everyone Has a Role in Ensuring Equity, and that was pretty interesting as well. We had 3 general session speakers. The first guy was a guy named Jason Dorsey, who talked about generational conversations, and he talked about baby boomers and Gen Y, Gen X, Gen Z, millennials. He must have spoke 250 to 500 words a minute. He got a 3-hour meeting in 1 hour. but it was fascinating. It was kind of hard to keep up, but it was just fascinating to hear what each of these different generations, what their point of reference is in their life because of certain events. Another guy, Hattie Patovi, who owns a company called Code.org, and talked about transformational change and what coding involves. And then lastly, a man named Leslie Odom, who was the actor who played Aaron Burr in Hamilton on Broadway, and quite an interesting life he had. He said he was always a really good student, but after he graduated and he started looking back, he had always focused on getting A's and taking it the easy life. And he never really pushed himself to do something he was uncomfortable with. And that his first big chance to do that was his role as Aaron Burr, and what an impact that had on his life to force himself to do something uncomfortable. So anyway, I thought that was very interesting. And that's my comments for the night.
Thank you. Member Lynn?
Thank you, President Georgino. Good evening, everyone. I hope you all had a safe and wonderful Thanksgiving break. I would like to thank our site principals and Dr. Fricker for your informative weekly newsletters and communications. These communications take a great deal of time to compose, and they provide a good way for our families to be informed and connected. I would also like to thank Mr. Holmes for his leadership at Longden. It was so great to see our Longden Tigers being kind and safe and celebrating multicultural diversity. I would also like to thank the Longden Tiger Times and congratulate Miss Samantha Chang. We know that writing develops many higher order thinking skills and taps into multiple knowledge, especially with journalistic engagement and storytelling through the use of vocabulary and photography. Also, thank you, Ms. Karen Shea, for showcasing our Longden Elementary Science Olympia Tigers. I know that in the previous board meeting that I mentioned that the success in Science Olympia starts early in elementary. It is no surprise that Temple City High School is a Science Olympiad powerhouse because of the caliber of our students, the dedication of our families, and the devotion of our teachers and staff. I look forward to seeing everyone this Saturday morning at our annual organizational board meeting over Zoom. I would like to wish everyone early happy holidays if I do not see you this Saturday. Also happy Hanukkah, which starts tomorrow. And finally, I would like to thank Ken Nolenberg for your service as a governing board member and trustee of the public. We appreciate you because you made a difference in the lives of others through your dedication and public service. Thank you. And that is it for me.
Thank you. Okay, I would like to also congratulate all the winners of the PTA Reflections Contest. I've judged that before, and I know we have a lot of talented students out there, and looking forward to seeing if any of them are able to do well on the state level also. I participated in dine outs, a couple at Blaze Pizza for TCHS PTSA and the Performing Arts Boosters. And then also today I did the dine out for Ramrodders at Panda Express. Thus the need to sign up for the Ramrodders Rams on the Run. But I can't complain because it keeps me from having to cook. So I appreciate that very much. Before Thanksgiving break, I was able to assist with the Temple City High School meal distribution program. So that week I actually was able to participate in the programs at all three of the schools where we distribute meals. And all three of them do an excellent job. They all have very dedicated and hardworking staffs, and the meals are really good, and they're very organized, and they do a great job. I think that's such a nice service that we provide our families in the community. I also helped plant trees. I actually dug a couple holes at Temple City High School and planted a couple trees. And I know exactly which trees are mine. I'm gonna keep my eye on them over the years, make sure they stay healthy. But I wanted to thank Mary Ann for getting that grant. I think that's going to be very nice as the trees mature. I observed the LAXTA meeting, which was regarding the ethnic studies. And I think that's something that would be really good for our district to be able to offer. So I'm looking forward to seeing how that progresses, and hopefully in the future, that's something we can incorporate into our high school curriculum. And then finally, I did participate in the annual educational conference for CSBA, but I'm not going to give my report on Saturday. Mary Sneed is also going to give hers on Saturday, and then that way you don't have to listen to me so much tonight. So we'll move on to our student board members comment. Nicole?
Hi, so I just wanted to talk about how I participated in the CSBA conference with the student board members all over the state, and it was really nice seeing other students that are, you know, experiencing the same things as I am, and it helped me get a lot of ideas on what to think about next. And I just wanted to ask about the joint meeting between us and the ASB. Mr. Kidd was thinking of a date in February, but I wanted to ask what day would be most convenient for you guys.
Can I answer?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So we'll be more than happy to kind of coordinate that meeting time, and then coordinate the presentations that usually ASB provides on our joint meeting. So it's always a great meeting, and we like to see both a check-in mid-year, but then also at the end of the year when we get new officers. So I'll have, we'll reach out to your teacher to coordinate that date.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay.
And that's all I have for today.
All right, thank you, Nicole. I'm glad you got to participate in the conference. Next is our superintendent's comments.
So I too popped into CSBA and focused mostly on the budget and the finance, and seeing what that is going to look like in the future. So I'm hoping from Mr. Smith's comments that glimmers of hope are coming. So that would be great. But we did go through, and it was a thrill to plant the trees over at the high school. The entire high school administrative staff was there. M&O was there. They did a great job preparing all of the holes and preparing the tools and the equipment for us to use in planting those trees. And it was a great supportive project. And I, like you, Donna, I cannot wait to see those trees kind of grow and flourish and then bear fruit. The science teachers were already out there kind of, you know, thinking and scoping out as to how exactly they were going to use the lemon and the citrus acid for like pH testing and photosynthesis, and you know, measuring the oxygen that is produced from the tree leaves. So I am so excited that they are going to be put to some great use, and they will actually serve to beautify the campus, and even more so than it already is. So that was a great treat. I do want to just take a moment to thank the COVID task force. As we have seen, and I have a presentation later on this evening, but as we have seen this uptick in cases across the county, and then now the more restricted environment that we're in, our team has really come together, especially over the Thanksgiving holiday and the weeks that followed, just to make sure that our response is exactly what it should be and on par. We did work with our union membership, especially ART, since most of the work that needs to be done falls to the level of M&O and the custodians that we have across our district. I can't thank them enough. We have developed a strike team so that if there's any deep sanitizing that needs to happen across the district, it's that team that does it. They are and have become experts in that, and they will do it exactly the same way, which is why we wanted to have our most dedicated custodians come together to perform that function for us, so that our staff would know that everything will be sanitized properly and that they would have a safe environment to go back to. So thank you so much. In addition to the task force, I just want to thank Ms. Hannah Giddy, Ms. Mari Montgomery, and Ms. Mercedes Gomez, or Dr. Gomez actually, because they are the task force that works directly with me in making sure that all the protocols and procedures are followed, and that the reporting goes to the state and the county, and that we keep our staff safe. And with that, I do know that across our district, we have staff members and their family members, both alike, that have been afflicted with COVID. And we know that that is very difficult for you to go through. So our best wishes go out to all of you, and we hope that if you are suffering with that, that you have a very speedy recovery. Tomorrow, for our classified staff, we are going through customer service training. So I know that they're having that from 9 to noon, and they'll be busy doing that. And we just kind of wish you well, making sure that our staff is up to date on all of our necessary trainings that we want to do across our district, and more will be coming in the spring. And I do hope that to Mr. Nolenberg, that your years of the district, your years of service in the district have been all that you've wanted them to be. I know that 9 years is a long time for you to serve on the Board of Education, and it really is a testament to all of us who have received your knowledge and your participation in the board for 2 years. But I'm happy that I've been a part of your board service, and I know that a lot of people have appreciated all that you've done over the past 9 years. So with that, we do have a plaque commemorating your time on the board. It's from the entire Board of Education to you, and we want to give that to you. Unfortunately, we are in like shelter at home and stay at home situations, but we will get that plaque over to you commemorating your years of service and then honoring you for the work that you've done. It's not easy being a board member. There's a lot to do, much more than you think, a lot to know, and you play a significant and important role in governing our district. So we all thank you, and we want to make sure that you know how appreciated you are.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, anything else? That's it. Okay. Item 18 is written communications. I received one. It was a letter from LACO with some recommendations on our learning continuity plan, and that also went to our staff. Moving on to our discussion information items. Item 19 is a COVID update.
Okay, I'm just going to share my screen. Okay, so I'm just going to give a bit of a comprehensive, but I'll try to keep it brief, COVID update for everybody, just to get us all kind of at the same working knowledge of where we are and then where we're going to go. So just the uptick of cases that I've reported earlier, that we do see a drastic increase in the number of cases reported. As of yesterday, 8,547 new cases, 3,113 hospitalizations, and 64 new deaths all in one day. So that is a drastic increase. We are under the curfews order, and they went into effect. We have adjusted our night crews to make sure that they can abide by that curfew. So thank you for 823 in helping us negotiate a different time start so that our custodial staff can get home within that curfew limitation. And then we also are under the stay-at-home orders and making sure that we are keeping each other as safe as possible during this time. We all want everybody to go into that holiday winter break as safe and healthy as possible so that you can enjoy your time at home with your family. Just the status across the district. We were planning on opening in January with a hybrid model, and that has been delayed. We are not opening in January in the hybrid due to the increase in cases. We do have to wait for those cases to come down and then get off of the purple watch list down into red before we can even think about opening in hybrid. So that will not be happening for a while. As a result, the superintendent's task force is in full swing. We are meeting on Thursday, and we are going to be looking at the new situation and then amending what our spring schedule will look like. Right now is just status quo, and then we will have a full report and a presentation at the January board meeting. All
the updates to the core to the curriculum is based upon on using the computers all the time?
So right now we are in our distance learning model, and we're going to stay in our distance learning model when we come back from the winter holiday break. So we will continue that
until January at least. Okay.
into January and February, the latest report that were given is that they expect there to be high number of incidences through January, and then you probably are going to see those numbers come down when we come to February. So it's going to be some time for, if everyone practices social distancing and really is safe through the holiday, we hope to keep those numbers as low as possible, but it's really a wait and see as we have it right now. The campuses have been limited to only essential workers on our campuses, and that is just to keep every single staff member as safe as possible. We know that there are some essential workers that need to come on campus, so by eliminating anybody who does not have to come onto the campus, it actually keeps the people who do have to come in a safer environment. And like I said before, we just thank the custodial team and our M&O team for keeping those campuses clean and sanitized and in tip-top shape for the essential workers that do have to come. TCUSD communication, we do have quite a few communications coming out from our district with every, we use Parent Square for staff and parent messaging, and that's going to give you your updates, your guidance, and your direction, just like we did when we went into school closure in March. We will continue that communication from our offices throughout this process, and we will lead you and guide you into all of the steps necessary as the situation kind of unfolds and as the Department of Public Health gives us guidance and direction. We also report to the Department of Public Health any COVID reports, any positive cases, and then we conduct the contact tracing and send that information to them. If we do have a situation where we have a campus who has 3 or more positive cases, then we do shut that campus down or close it, and then it's up to the Department of Public Health to give us the direction as to when we can reopen. And then again, we will communicate that out to the appropriate people at all times. With district administration and supervisors and unions, we do try to check in and provide updates along the way so that everyone kind of has the same information. A lot of times, lack of information causes people to get nervous or worried and even panic about things. And so we want to make sure that we are giving everybody the proper information at the proper time. And that tends to kind of simmer things down and make people a bit more calm and secure in the changes as we've seen them. We also want to give Board of Education updates, and we do that in meetings. We will do that in December and through this presentation. And like I said, we will do that every month, again in January and then in February as we make our plans to transition into the spring timeframe. We will also have information updated on our website. And then we, like I said before, with the memos of understanding, we'll make sure that we amend and adjust those memos of understanding as we need to, based on what the safety precautions are and the guidelines from the state and federal agencies. Currently, parent and staff surveys are going out just to get information back on, and we do have some of that data here tonight. I just want to thank Student Services for getting that for us and having some preliminary data in this presentation that was put together by our coordinator of data and assessment. So thank you both, and I'll share a little bit of that later on, but additional parent and staff surveys will be going out so that we make sure that everybody has a voice in this process as we transition through it. In Student Services is really attending to attendance monitoring. We do know that in the distance environment, we have some students who are having difficulty attending. And so we want to make sure that we identify who those students are and try to provide interventions for them. We're also monitoring the struggling students who may not be faring very well in the distance environment. And we're currently working with administration to identify those students and our counselors and see what can be done and what intervention strategies that can actually be put in place to address their academic and social emotional needs at this time. Monitoring the effect of our distance learning program and making sure that we do have the correct systems in place that will actually provide the curriculum and instruction needed to maintain in this distance learning environment. And we will make changes as we see the need is to make those changes. And we're also looking at the credit recovery options. We know that some of our students who may have struggled before the COVID situation happened or may have been missing credits, we know that we still want to make sure that they're on a graduation path and that they can achieve their goal of graduating. So if students are in need of credit recovery, we are currently examining what our options are to provide that credit recovery to students in order to have them graduate on time. And then we're looking at our childcare program. We were offering childcare program through our ELP program, and that has temporarily been closed just due to the uptick of cases across the district. We want to make sure all of those students are home safe and out of harm's way. Risk management. This was a position that, frankly, when I went to the superintendent's council and I said, you know, this is what we're doing to mitigate the risks of, and the effects of COVID and these upticks. They think that they're a bit envious that we have somebody dedicated to this, but we want to make sure that all employees have a centralized location to have reported cases, especially if there's a positive case or that they've been exposed to a positive case. We want to have one centralized location where they can make that report, and that information can be handled privately and securely so that there's no HIPAA or FERPA violations, and that they will get routed to the correct resources from that point forward, and that we do the correct contact tracing. We did develop flow charts, and that came from that task force that I talked about in my superintendent's report. And that was Ms. Getty, Dr. Gomez, and Ms. Montgomery. They developed flow charts for reporting processes for employees, and they also developed they're working with software in conjunction with the Department of Public Health that actually sends that information privately and encrypted so that there is no violation to confidentiality. They've also developed flow charts for supervisors. And they've developed contact tracing processes, and then the reporting, and then to the Department of Public Health. We also have to report to our Joint Powers Authority, and that's our insurance company, to make sure that we are compliant there. So the person that is responsible for making all of these flow charts very user-friendly, I know they've all been disseminated, is Cindy Ayala. So thank you, Cindy, for all of your extra flair that you put on there so that it makes it look very professional coming from our offices. So that was a great team that was put together, and I think that we have a solid process in place. From personnel services, again, we met with the unions to make sure that all of our MOUs are up to date and that all of the safety precautions are in there that we need to put in. Safety our top priority with regard to all of our staff and our students and our community. We know that if we do our part to keep everyone safe, then everyone, when they go home to their families, they keep their families safe. So that is extremely important to all of us. I've shared that sentiment to my team, as I know that that is the board's sentiment as well. We are processing all of our staff on leaves, especially with some of our members either being ill or having to be quarantined because of the contact tracing. So we want to make sure that that is all buttoned up and tidy and that reporting is done. And then we're just waiting for the reauthorization of COVID leave. So that hasn't gone through the legislation, just we're all kind of working in coordination to make sure that as the minute that does, that we will update all of our processes with whatever those leave requirements are going to be, in which we anticipate them coming shortly after the new year. With regard to food services will continue to provide that drive-through lunch services. And I just want to take a moment to thank Ms. Marisol Cortez for all of her work in food services. I know that she's also worked very, very closely with the task force. It's not uncommon for any of us on the task force to call you late at night or on the weekend. And so Marisol just picked up the phone and she's like, whatever you need, this is how we're going to do it. And it's not a problem. And immediately plans went into action. So thank you so much for that. But it is so important to continue that lunch service. They do an impeccable job at doing that. And it is so important for our families to receive those lunches. So they will continue that from 11:30 to 2 p.m. at the 3 sites, Emperor, Longden, and Temple City High School. Should there be any changes to that programming, we will let the parents know immediately via Parent Square. I do want to report that through our Parent Square communication, we have about a 98% distribution rate to all of our families. And I know that many people, including Cindy, worked really hard, and Vera worked really hard to make sure that all of the email addresses are in there correct, double checking and making sure that we communicate all of this information to our staff and families when we need to. With technology services, I know that the technicians were distributed to the school sites, and we do understand that both staff and students may have tech needs during this time, especially in December and then ongoing into January, as we are expecting to be in this distance learning model, with reductions of staff members coming to campus. So in order to keep our technicians safe, we are going to have a rotational basis for them to come in. Schedules are developed and they will be put online and distributed out as they have been. They are going to be, they're going to have shifts of 3 hours per site per week. And then based on the volume and the need, we can make adjustments on the other end of that. But we're going to try to make sure that both our community and the technicians who need to do the work are very safe. Added safety precautions will be put in place to make sure that there is a greater length of distance. And when they do need to work on someone's device, that they will be cleaned and sanitized, and make sure that nothing is cross-contaminated between that service being rendered. So I did mention that some of the survey data has come back, and I want to include it here. I want to thank Mr. Kerry Smith and Ms. Hannah Getty for getting me the information very quickly from the preliminary surveys that we have handed out. Like I said, we are going to continue to hand surveys out. Those surveys will be a little bit more specific. So based on this information that we got, we are going to then tailor the next survey to ask more and drill down to ask more specific questions, so that we can really use that information to enhance our planning in the month of December and then early January. This was a survey result from parents who were thinking about what would be their preference, hybrid or distance learning. And as you can see, 68.5% of the parents did report that they would prefer that we stay in this distance learning model as of now. Primarily, these surveys did come out after you started to see that uptick of case reporting through the Thanksgiving holiday. So I'm sure that was feeding into the parents' decision. We wanted to just give you the grade level reporting, just so that you can see how many people per grade level are actually responding to the surveys. It's pretty well distributed throughout all of the grade levels. So if there was like a certain grade level that wasn't, garnering a lot of attention, we'd probably want to reach out more specifically. We're hoping to see, this is the first survey result, we're hoping to see increased participation in the surveys, because the voice in these surveys actually will have an effect on our overall plan, and it will actually make our plans better when we take into the perspective of everybody throughout our district and our community. So just wanted to give you some preliminary idea of how many people were reporting on the survey. Return to work, and this was submitted by the staff survey. At this time, the staff is preferring not to return to work. And this is again due to the uptick in cases, because we know that the more people you have on campus, the more you can cross paths more easily and come into contact with people. So at this time, this survey result was not unexpected, that most people feel like it's safer to be at home and follow all of the governor's messages that we've been receiving. The staff hybrid and distance preference, again, it kind of mimicked the parents' decision a little bit more so. 82.2% of the staff preferred to stay in the hybrid or to stay in the distance learning model and not go into the hybrid model. And so it was pretty easy for us, especially with the increased cases and hospitalizations, that we postpone any plans that we did have for January. And then the superintendent's task force will actually come together and make a recommendation to the board in January for our spring schedule. Staff does feel 78.9% that they do have the ability to work from home effectively. And like I did say, the 21.1% that said no, they don't. Those would be individuals that are probably in that essential working class where they do need to be on campuses to complete their work or task assignment. So we have outfitted everyone so that they can work from home and they have all of the tools and the equipment that they need to do that. And if there are needs, we do have the ability to kind of work with each staff member and to address those needs as they come in. The combined safety priorities, we just wanted to get a poll on, if people with different safety precautions that we do put in place, what are you feeling about those types of safety precautions? And it is clear blue is very important, and then it goes down to green, which is not very important. And you can see that all of those safety precautions that we put in place on the left side of the screen, people do feel very comfortable and think that they're very important, like wearing masks, having students and staff screened and temperature checked before they come onto campus. And anybody who would not pass the health screening or the temperature check, they would not be allowed on campus. The enhanced cleaning and sanitizing that we've put in place and we've outfitted all of our campuses with. And then staggering drop-off and pickup times to reduce crowds. We're trying to do that with our staff coming onto campus and then leaving campus. And then we are also, if we ever go into the hybrid model, then we are also going to be planning on doing that as well, just to keep every single layer of precaution we possibly can. And then just reducing any extracurricular activities. So anything that we don't have to put forth that is not a part of our regular programming, anytime we can keep people distanced and safe, that's always the best option. I know that we were starting to have athletics come back on, and then most of those activities, all of those activities have been canceled throughout the month of December. And then it will just be a matter of time and the guidelines from the Department of Public Health when any of those activities can resume. There are some staff suggestions. So the survey did have a part where you could write in and make suggestions as to how to better our program. And this is really essential because sometimes people think of things that we don't think of. So this is a case where multiple heads are better than one. But staff is knowing that there are students who are struggling academically and some are struggling social emotionally. Some of our special education students need just information presented in a different way. And so we do want to have the discussion, and we're opening up the discussion tomorrow in the superintendent's task force on how do we work with those students who are not attending or have poor attendance or are struggling academically. How do we cohort them in a way that eventually in the spring we can bring them on campus and provide those interventions for them so that they do not fall behind and they're getting the academic services that they need. We did have staff that said, I'm willing to work on site and I'm willing to be one of those staff members who are wanting to make a difference in the lives of children. And I tell the board all the time, I said, you cannot pay staff members enough for that. People who are willing to go above and beyond and people who are willing to do whatever needs to be done to make sure that students have what they need. So my hat off to all of the staff who are more than willing and going above and beyond. They also want to provide opportunities for various departments to participate in collaborative meetings and to participate in our task force. And that's always essential because it's that communication, it's that collaboration that makes our plans all the more better. Especially as it relates to our most vulnerable students like special education or English learner students or students who are just struggling and maybe having a very difficult time. So we want to make sure that we provide opportunities for them. And then we will continue to provide out those surveys so that we continue to get feedback as we move along in this process and in our planning. Parent suggestion. We did have parents who are, very concerned and very adamant that live instruction is the best instruction. And we all know that we want our students in front of our teachers. That is the best case scenario always. And so we are going to be working very hard to make sure that we can do that as quickly and as safely as possible. The parents are concerned about learning time And they want them to be attending, and they want them to be productive learning time where they are involved in instruction and they're actually gaining ground throughout this time and feeling like that the education that they're receiving is top notch. And it's a difficult situation when you're not face to face, and that social interaction to learning is very difficult to come across on a screen. But our staff is doing an incredible job at trying to do that. One-on-one instruction for failing or struggling students. So we hear that comment on both the staff side and on both the parent side. So that's why we do feel like that is a necessary part of our planning to see how we can bring cohorts of students on campus. And then making sure that we provide as many points of contact. So if you're having difficulty, reaching a student, or you're having difficulty with Zoom, and you need to reach out for like a parent conference, that is always welcomed by parents. And then please, one parent wrote in to have physical activity outside. And we know that, just like Melissa was talking about with the arts, we know that it's not all about academics. Kids do need to be well-rounded. They do need to have those outlets and those fun times and those beautiful parts of education. Music is definitely one of them, and so is physical education. We do have a lot of softwares, systems that have been put into place. iReady is one of them. And it runs as a diagnostic to make sure that our staff knows where students are having difficulty, and it helps them tailor the instructional program. One of the parents said that there is a bit of dependency on those programs. And so we can understand that, and we can try to see if there's other strategies that we can put in place. But it is definitely important that we have a measure of how well the students are actually doing in the environment. And then the synchronous learning time is too short, and many parents have really wanted to have an extension of that learning process. I'm going to plug in my computer. Sorry. Got the warning. So anyway, so we're going to be looking at the schedule and working with the MOUs and the task force to see the learning environment and the schedules, if that is conducive going into the spring. Do we need to tailor it a bit? But this feedback really gives us the guidance and direction. A lot of the comments on this page really deal with feedback and timely feedback to families, so that families can help students do the instruction and the assignments that are being given. And the more timely that feedback, that's the big comment in the middle, is it better for students and families, because they actually can adjust their learning and then avoid unnecessary mistakes. So I can kind of move forward. Some safety guidelines that we still want to be putting in place, more so now than ever, is that social distancing and increasing social distancing amongst staff. We are rotating staff. We are adjusting start times for staff. I just thank the union leadership for allowing us to do that, to keep them safe, and to always wear a mask on campus and put in extra PPE where necessary to keep our staff safe when they're together. People ride separately in cars, golf carts, and or some of the district trucks that M&O has to go about the district, and it's cumbersome, and we understand that, and it's frustrating, and we understand that too. But every single measure we can put in place helps keep people healthy and safe and symptom free, and that is really what we want. We do want people to monitor their symptomology. If you are sick, if you feel ill, even if you think it's allergies, it's really important for everybody just to stay home, because you just never know, and you don't want to get somebody accidentally exposed with this virus. So we are going to be following, and we do follow all state, federal, OSHA guidelines, Department of Public Health regulations, and we will continue to do that. And then symptom monitoring and temperature checking when people come on campus. So that is still essential, and it will still stay in place. Next steps, like I said, we have the superintendent's task force tomorrow. That will begin the planning for the spring, and it will incorporate all of the survey data that we have gotten back from both our staff and our students. And then we are going to do the COVID presentations, like I mentioned, to keep everybody up informed, and we'll continue the communications that go out to the staff and the community. We do want you to be well, and we do want you to be safe, and we do want everybody to have the happiest of holidays. So that is my report.
Have you asked the teachers how many of them will take the vaccine when it comes available?
I have not. We don't even know the vaccine distribution and who's going to be able to receive it first. So I would not ask the teachers that question. It's a personal decision whether you want to or not. But we will wait to see what the guidelines are when that vaccine comes out. And like I said, you know, the production and distribution is going to be a whole thing that will be the new next horizon.
Okay. Okay,
So,
thank you.
This is Melissa. Question for you about the data. I think last month or the month before you provided some iReady data showing, you know, where our kids are in terms of learning loss, et cetera. And I just wanted to know, did we pull any additional reports since the last one?
I have not pulled the iReady data reports. We did pull, so at the secondary levels, we've looked at, you know, grade reporting at the progress report time. And so that's really spurred the conversation of, you know, what do we do if you have a struggling learner? And in this environment, it's not like you can just go up to a student and just kind of offer your extra service, extra help. So we have to figure out a way to mitigate that. We can pull the iReady data again and have that for the January presentation. I think that'd be a good idea to do.
And then there was a mention of attendance, and just wondering, are we struggling with attendance? Is it what we normally would expect with attendance at this time of year? Or, you know, what are you noticing in terms of trends there?
So we do have some students who are having difficulty attending and really, you know, the assignment completion component of the educational process. So we do have our student attendance review board that Ms. Getty did talk about in her presentation on ed services, and that is in conjunction with Arcadia. I do know that other districts, other surrounding districts had more difficulty earlier on with lower attendance rates than we did. So we were very hopeful at that. And I can have Ms. Getty just give you a report on attendance in the January presentation as well, so that you have like half a year's worth of data to kind of see the trend. If we have a little bit higher attendance loss than prior years, but I don't think it's as high as other districts, but we can actually pull a report for you.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And if nothing else, then back to you, Donna.
Want to unshare your screen?
Yep, I'm doing
trying to figure. There we go. Okay. Item 20 is our classified study appeals. And who is going to?
That's me too. So I did want to put on classified study appeals. We did have the CPS study that went through every single classified position and made sure that everyone was appropriately placed in terms of role, job responsibility, and classification. In some of those cases, there was a combination of job that the CPS firm put into one position. In some cases, it actually garnered a higher level wage or compensation, and then in some cases it did not. So after that process was completed, members do have the ability to appeal the decision. So we are now going through the final stages of the appeal process. What I have for the board tonight is just an outline of kind of the timeline and the process that we will follow. There are 2 positions that are appealed and 1 that is up for just a reevaluation based on additional requirements to the job position. So the first 2 are the official appeals, and that would be the college and career specialist, which is now a college and career technician. And during the study, that job title was changed, but there was no salary apportionment change. So that's the appeal there. And then there would be the accompanist position, in which it's really 2 part-time jobs put into 1 full-time job. There's not an additional job requirement or duty in addition to what the person was doing prior. It was just the taking 2 part-time positions and rolling it into 1. And so that will be considered. And then the revision on the coordinator of personnel with the loss of Monica Menkowitz, who had a different promotion to a different district. We do not have an assistant superintendent of the personnel services department. And so we do need a director to coordinate with our personnel commission. And so she was really the one that did that role. The coordinator position would be looked at as a possible reclassification to take on that role and become the director to the personnel commission. And the responsibilities that come with that. We want to make sure that we have ample support for the Personnel Commission and ample communication to the Personnel Commission during this time of transition. It's just not the correct time to hire or fly the assistant superintendent's position. We're going to wait till after the January governor's budget. And then, but we do need a person that will serve that role as director to the Personnel Commission. So these are the 3 positions that will be going to the Personnel Commission for approval. We have talked to the union leadership about these 4 positions and explained the process that the appeals go through, why these individuals are, the 2 individuals are requesting the appeal, and why would be the necessary reclassification of the 3rd position. The Personnel Commission does meet on the 15th of December, and then they will make a decision, and then they will pass that decision on to this Board of Education for approval. So that's the process there. I just wanted to keep everybody informed of what is going on and why. And we will know more information after the Personnel Commission meets on the 15th. Any questions about that? Oh, I'm so sorry. The other positions that would be consideration is the increase in tech support that is going to be needed with the device rollout and going to a 1-to-1. That will also be presented to the Personnel Commission for recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Item 21 is an overview of the master plan process, and we have Jim and David from LPA, and I believe, Marianne, are you going to introduce them?
Yes, we'd like to thank Jim Kissel and David Eves for coming this evening. They're going to be walking through the process for the master plan that will be starting very soon.
Great, thank you, Marianne. Good evening, everyone. This is David Eves. I'm a principal with LPA and a managing director. And I will go ahead and share my screen here, and we will get the presentation started. Oops, let me switch that. Give me 1 minute here. Sorry, 1 moment.
There's display settings up there at the top, Dave.
Yeah, I think I've got it now. Let's see here. There we go. Okay, can everyone see?
Yes.
Great. Okay. Good evening, Dr. Fricker, Marianne, thank you for having us. President Georgino and members of the board and staff and community that are joining us as well. We really appreciate the opportunity to present an overview of the facilities master plan project that we have just kicked off with the district here. So tonight we're gonna just give you an overview of the process and the sort of the components that go into the master plan. We'll start with some introductions of the LPA team. We'll review the master plan process organization, stakeholder engagement, the schedule, and we'll talk a little bit at the end about the master plan website. So this is the LPA team that's supporting the master plan effort. Jim Kissel is here with me. He's a principal and director of K-12 education for LPA. I'm David Eves. Our team leader is Sabrina Lehman, and you also see Andrea Pippin, who will be helping facilitate some of our stakeholder engagement around educational program visioning along the way as well. So as we continue to move through the process, you'll see Sabrina and Andrea also be engaged here. So we're going to review the process organization. So the scope of the master plan is really two parts. We want to understand the past and we want to plan for the future. In terms of understanding the past, we're really looking at updating the facilities needs assessment that LPA did for the district back in 2012. And we want to bring that forward to current to today. We want to quantify and document the Measure S completed projects. We want to analyze funding. The district has captured $32.8 million to date in state facilities program reimbursements already. So understanding the district's ongoing eligibility will be an important part of understanding the bigger financial picture. And then we want to update cost estimates to current dollars. So obviously the needs assessment that we performed in 2012, there were cost estimates provided for all of that scope, and we want to bring those up to date. It's been obviously 8 years, and costs have changed significantly in the marketplace. And then we want to plan for the future. We want to understand the evolutions of the districts in terms of your educational program vision and how that might impact your school facilities. We want to establish priorities for the next phase of improvements. We want to facilitate future project implementation planning. And we want to inform the development of the district's 5-year maintenance plan. In terms of the FMP process components, there's really 4 components. There's the educational vision and goals. That's the district's educational vision and how that translates into space diagrams and recommendations for facilities. Demographics review. We want to align long-term enrollment peaks with school site capacity. Facilities needs assessments, assessing the existing sites, buildings, and systems. And a financial analysis, current and potential funding. And all of that we do through working with the district and your community. So district leadership group, district focus groups, a facilities master plan committee, school site groups, community outreach. As I mentioned before, we will be updating cost estimates around all of the facilities improvements that we identify through the course of the master plan development. And then we're going to work with your school community to prioritize that work. And that ultimately is delivered in terms of master plan diagrams. And those diagrams really become your roadmap for the future. The FMP process and your goals for the master plan, we really look at this in sort of, there's 2 approaches to a master plan. The first one is what we call a focused master plan. It's where it might be more maintenance and repair driven. The proposed scopes are managed to an available funding budget. And the school and community expectations are really tempered. The second option is a comprehensive long-term vision. It starts with a philosophy for how students will learn in the future. We discover how that philosophy will impact educational programs and what those impacts are to your facilities. And then we look at a phased implementation approach over a long period of time. And what we've learned through the kickoff meeting with the steering committee is that Temple City's school district is really somewhere in between those two, or a combination of both, where we're really looking at the good work that's been done to date under the prior measure, but we also want to understand where the shortcomings lie and which campuses, particularly the intermediate school, that may have not had as much work performed on that campus as is needed or is desired. And so we want to bring a level of equity across the district and across all your campuses with the master plan work that we identify moving forward. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Jim to talk a little bit about stakeholder engagement.
Thanks, Dave. If we can go to the next slide. So as Dave said, we've had meetings with district leadership as well as the steering committee for the facilities master plan to really craft a process that is unique to your district and your community. And so we're very pleased to be continuing our relationship with the district to update the plan that LPA did in 2012. So there are 5 different ways in which we'll be interacting with your community and your stakeholders. Our goal, I think, is to get as many voices to the table as possible, and also to provide multiple opportunities for people to input. So one of the ways we'll be interacting is through surveys, and that's surveys of your principals, your teachers and staff, parents and students. We'll be meeting with your EdVisioning leadership, looking at your educational programs. That includes interviews or what we call focus group meetings of district leadership in order to understand your program and what's changed since 2012. And then a charrette with teacher leaders and other district staff in order to envision the future of your facilities and how they can be supported or how the facilities can support the educational program. A third way we'll be interacting is through the facilities needs, and that includes looking at the condition of your existing facilities. So that's M&O interviews and updating the assessments that were performed in 2012. And then finally, and most importantly in your district, is the school sites and our interaction with them. And I'll talk more about that in the schedule and how we've modified the process in order to get more input from the school sites right up front. And then we'll also be hosting town halls with your community, which we can do these depending what's allowed at the time, either in person or virtually. And then at the center of all this is the Facilities Master Plan Committee. And this is the group where a lot of the heavy lifting gets done to synthesize all the information coming in from the different sources. The next slide. So in terms of how the strategies and tools that we'll use and how we interact with the stakeholders, the surveys obviously will be online and also with email distribution. EdVisioning charrette will probably be through a GoToMeeting or a GoToWebinar. There wasn't much of an educational specification in the 2012 plan, so this will be a new addition to the 2020 plan. In terms of school sites, we'll be using Zoom for Zoom meetings and as well as the community forum. And then the facilities needs will be one-on-one interviews as well as interactions with the school site committees using Microsoft Teams and Microsoft Whiteboard. And then the FMP committee will work with the district to see what is the best virtual format. And we'll also be having an FMP website that we hope to bring live in January so that anybody that is engaging with us through this process has a place to go to seek the latest and greatest information about the work that the district is doing. Next slide, Dave. And so this is a diagram of the process, and you can see that the three main groups over on the left are primarily the district groups in terms of program focus groups. On the right, we have the school site and community input and all that's synthesized through the Facilities Master Plan Committee. We're currently working with the district in order to form that committee. Anyone that would want to participate, please definitely let district leadership know that you have an interest in being on the Master Plan Committee. And generally, our suggestion is that group be anywhere from 30 to 60 individuals and 50% district and 50% community stakeholders to represent the balanced view of both all your campuses as well as the community desires. If we can look at the next slide. And then this is the schedule that we've crafted and going through the three major phases of the master plan. The first is data gathering, the second is visioning, and the third is synthesizing that information into that master plan. Right now, we're right in the middle of data gathering from the district, and then looking in January really as that focus on the school sites. You can see that yellow bar up there on the top in January of interacting with the school site committees. And so that first interaction to explore, what do they think the needs are at their campus? What do they think of the work that's been done to date? And looking forward, what do they think their highest priorities are for improvement of the site, how it's working, how it's not working. And then we get into the visioning phase where we will be developing the blue bar down below, the educational specifications, and the yellow bar at the bottom, the school site diagrams, and then the orange boxes across the top, Facilities Master Plan Committee meeting monthly through the process. And then the yellow boxes down low are our second and third interactions with the school site committees. And that includes a town hall forum, as well as one-on-one meetings to download the school site committee input on the draft master plan diagrams. And then all of this is synthesized in a draft workshop form to the board, probably in your first May board meeting with approval the end of May or in June before the end of the school year. We'll probably also be coming back to the board in February with an update on what we've been learning to date. So we're trying to maintain as much interaction with all the different stakeholder groups as possible through this process. And if we go to the next slide. So in terms of the deliverable, a little different than the 2012 master plan, this document actually won't be a binder. It'll be a series of PDFs that live on the website and also would be turned over to the district in terms of for your files and records. So that means as you move forward in the future, as opposed to having to update a binder where you replace a page or something like that, you've got to go and find and collect all the binders that exist out there, is simply you just update one PDF, repost it to the website, and replace that in your district files. So it's a much easier master plan to update as things change in the future. This master plan website as well, LPA will continue to host it for a year after the master plan is completed, and then it can be turned over to the district to host on your website very easily, or have LPA continue hosting that website. And next slide. And so finally, we want to turn this open for some board member questions. And then maybe after the questions, we'd like to ask each of the board members a question that we ask all of our different stakeholder groups. How would you define success for this master plan? So with that, I'll turn it over back to Marianne and see if there's any board member questions, and then maybe we'll close out when we're done with our defining success question to the board members.
Are there any questions, board members?
Yeah, just one. Did we give them copies of all of the latest plans as built, including La Rosa and the rest of them?
Dave, you want to talk to that?
Yes, we've been coordinating all of the document requests that we've made to date with Anthony Alfano, and Anthony's been great at providing us information, including record drawings and whatnot for each of the campuses. So fortunately, because we did the 2012 master plan, we have a treasure trove of record data already on all your campuses. And really what we're trying to do here in terms of the data we're gathering currently is to really understand what are all the projects that have been done since 2012.
Okay.
And of course, LPA did projects on both Temple City High School and on Longden campuses, so we're very intimately familiar with those campuses, but we obviously want to gather the data regarding all the other campuses as well. So that's currently in progress, yes.
Okay, and also did you get copies of the two master plans for the high school? Because there are two now.
Yes, there was the original 2012, and then there was the update that we did in, I believe it was 2014. And so yes, we have both of those, correct.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay, do you want to ask us a question now, or?
Yeah, so maybe maybe Donna, if you want to just ask each of the board members individually, since I can't see all their names up on the screen right now,
Sure.
how would you define success for the master plan?
All right, we'll start with member Nolenberg. How do you define success for the master plan?
That we adopt a plan that is cost effective and within our budget, and then we make the modifications necessary without having to go out for another bond issue.
Okay, member Espinosa?
I think some of the things that come to mind when that question came up would be, number one, some meaningful collaborations and some documentation of meaningful collaborations. And I think that another success point would be for me is that there's, those collaborations result in agreement of the priorities, and that those priorities directly correlate to our mission and our goals.
Okay, great. Member Smith?
Well, I mean, unbridled enthusiasm from the community to move forward with it. It's pretty easy to say, but it's not so easy to deliver.
Okay, and member Lynn?
I agree with everything that's said.
certainly we are trustees and we hold the public's trust in terms of, our vision for the future, as well as fiscal solvency and accountability to the public. But I would say in the long term, success would be, for me, defined by student outcomes. We certainly don't want to see a decline in student learning because of inadequate facilities. I also want to hear what the student board member, if she's still here, or a student, what is the student's perspective in terms of what is successful in this master plan?
A great idea. Nicole, would you like to answer this question?
Yeah, I would. So I agree with Mr. Lin that it's important that our students are keeping up with their academic levels and their health. And I think that's also like a big priority for me, as I am representing all the students. And I think this presentation was great because it made me think about like how our environment could change. And I really hope that we could stay in a good budget to make sure this plan moves forward. And that's all I have to say.
All right.
Okay, thank you. And for me, I think what's important or to define success for this master plan would be that we have excellent stakeholder input so that everybody has an opportunity to give their input about what they think is important and nobody feels that they were left out of the process.
Great. Well, thank you very much. We appreciate that. All of these comments that we hear and that we're asking from every group in terms of defining success will help us develop guiding principles for this master plan in terms of both our process and the outcomes for this. So look for some of your words to occur and be represented in those guiding principles will be developed as part of this master plan. And once again, thank you. And Dave, do you want to close us out?
Yeah, again, thank you very much for this opportunity. We really excited to continue our relationship with Temple City Unified and looking forward to a really exciting and successful master plan process over the next few months. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much for being here tonight. Is there anything else, Dr. Fricker, you wanted to add, or we're good to move on?
Good to move on.
Okay, great. Item 22 is the curriculum adoption presentation, and not sure who's doing that. But, oh, Mercedes?
Yes, give me just a second. Okay, hopefully everybody sees it. Okay, it's always hard because you can't see. Okay, so good evening, everyone. I'm here to share a little bit about the curriculum adoption process. I'm sorry? As it stems from the timelines originating with California Department of Education, or the CDE, through along with the State Board of Education, all the way to an actual adoption here in Unified. So I'll also share a little bit of information on ethnic studies, which I know has been mentioned a little earlier in our board meeting today, which is a model curriculum project that the State Board of Education and the CDE is currently working on, with a new schedule to be released in the spring. So the first thing that we want to understand when we're looking at the adoption process is it is a multi-year process. It starts with the standards development and adoption by both the California Department of Education and the State Board of Education. And so they will either develop initially or revise, if there are current standards, standards for a particular subject or core content area. This is usually followed up by the framework. So the framework follows the standards, and the two documents coupled together provide the foundation in identifying what our students in K-12 need to know and be able to do, along with the scope and sequence of the knowledge and skills that we want our students to master. Again, both of these processes are multiple years. This then is followed by a materials review and approval process, also by the California Department of Education, where publishers will share various products that they have, highlighting how they meet the demands of the standards, or at least how they feel that they meet the demands of the standards. And then the CDE publishes that list of approved materials for districts to consider in their adoption process. At that point, we as a district would decide about which materials we might decide we want to pilot. And so that would be, if we're looking at our timelines here as a district, that would be a year one of a multiple year process for us. So we would decide which of those approved materials we would want to pilot. And then we would move into an additional year, which would be to actually pilot a couple of those materials. You wouldn't really want to pilot more than 2 to 3, just because you don't necessarily have the time to pilot so many more than that. And you want to make sure that you are showing some form of fidelity to the product and actually getting an opportunity to sample the various options that the publishers provide, just to make an actual solid recommendation in terms of whether we'd want to move forward in deciding to adopt a certain publisher or a certain product. And then the final step would be the actual implementation once we've made a recommendation to adopt a process. And that would be in the 3rd year of this multiple year process for us as a district. And then typically adoptions that we would make would be usually are on about an 8-year cycle. Sometimes you can do a little bit more. And then sometimes you end up keeping them longer than the 8 years, which you'll see is a little bit of what we've done here. So the CDE publishes a schedule, and their schedule is typically published in about 7 to 8 year cycles. Again, that is due to Education Code 60200, which requires the State Board of Education to actually adopt instructional materials every 8 years. This is the latest or more current schedule that the CDE has. You can see from the date on the bottom, it is July of 2017, and it does take us through the 23-24 school year. Now, I can tell you that even within those certain timeframes where you can see framework and adoption based on the school years, this is the goal that the CDE sets out, but unfortunately, you know, there's delays situations that come up. And so the CDE can't always necessarily meet their timelines. And then of course, you know, we're currently living in the internal delay of COVID. You can see down at the bottom, I'm going to talk a little bit about it, but one of the biggest delays is the ethnic studies model curriculum. The original plan, CDE thought that it would be ready to go, and the goal was to have it ready to go in 18-19. That has encountered multiple delays, and right now the current delay is pushing it out to a spring of 21 release. So I'm going to get into a little bit detail with the timeline of ethnic studies. So we'll start with kind of how it originated. And so it started with Assembly Bill 2016 in the year 2016. So it's an easy one to actually remember because the Assembly Bill matches the actual year. So in 2016, the Assembly Bill was passed, and that one asked for or mandated a curriculum to be taught in students in grades 7 through 12. This was followed by a public input session, allowing the public the opportunity to provide input, hear the basis for the legislation, as well as what the goals were, and provide any comments or any feedback to guide the work of the process. That led to then the establishment or the beginning of the establishment of what the guidelines would be for the curriculum. And I'll share what those actual 5 guidelines ended up being in the following slide. And then it also led to the development of the committee who would be leading the work in developing this model curriculum. Again, this is a multiple year process. So while it started in 2016 with that legislation, we're looking at right now at a date of a spring of 21. So you can see it's been multiple years. The final step that we're currently in is public hearings and field reviews. They are currently on the third iteration of the draft. And so the goal is that after this third draft, which is currently open for public comment, in the last draft, which was the second draft, they received over 57,000 public comments. So based on those public comments and that feedback, that is where they are now working on draft 3, which they are hoping will be the final draft to be presented and adopted hopefully in the spring of 21. So I mentioned the curriculum guidelines. There are 5 guidelines. So I'm going to share a little bit about what those 5 guidelines are. Let's see. So the first guideline that we have is the statutory requirements. So the statutory requirements do indicate that this model curriculum is written as a guide. So it's not meant to be necessarily a mandate. It's meant to really allow the school districts to adapt their courses to reflect our demographics in our community. The other thing, oh, lovely, my computer wants to do an update, excuse me. The other thing is that it wants to make sure that it provides examples of A through G courses. So as a model curriculum, it really needs to provide examples of these courses that are offered to districts to meet the requirements for A through G for our UCs in our Cal State system. One of the second guidelines of the 5 are the general principles. These general principles include a variety of different things, that it is grounded and founded in research, and that they promote critical thinking and rigorous analysis of history systems of oppression and the status quo, and that it promotes civic engagement and responsibility, as well as self and collective empowerment. They also want it to make sure that it's written in a language that is inclusive and that it engages in cultural understanding. The third guideline is that these course outlines would allow for districts to make a decision whether to offer it as a standalone elective class or to incorporate it into an existing class, by pooling different units and incorporating it into this existing class. It does allow for a thematic approach to allow districts to have that flexibility. The fourth guideline is the audience. Keeping in mind that we want to make sure the curriculum wants to make sure that it's inclusive of all students, regardless of race, ethnicity, class, gender, sexuality, or citizenship, and really that it allows for student and community responsiveness. And then the last guideline is administrative and teacher support. So obviously the curriculum needs to provide resources on professional development and provide support for technology. So as we're looking at this, at these guidelines, based on the comments and the feedback from the third revision of the draft, which is what we're in, the final draft, the goal, like we said, is to be presented to the State Board of Education in the spring. And once that is approved, these guidelines for school districts will likely be provided. There was a bill that was circulating and was sent to the governor that would essentially mandate an ethnic studies course, not a curriculum, but an actual course be required as a high school graduation requirement. However, that bill did not pass. The governor actually vetoed it. In his veto message, he does cite that he does support ethnic studies, but there were some unspecified problems in the draft that he had before him in September when he had the bill in front of him. At this point, given that they're on this third draft, I would venture to guess that more than likely once the curriculum is actually adopted, that they will look at the possibility of reauthorizing that bill or reintroducing that bill rather, and presenting it to Governor Newsom. So we'll look at additional steps once we stick to our timelines here and this actually does move forward in the spring of 21. So taking us back, I kind of used ethnic studies as just to highlight the multiple year process that takes effect through the CDE and State Board. I'm going to shift gears and look at currently where we are. So our more recent adoptions, and I'm just going to look at the last few years. So in 2014, 2015, we adopted new textbooks for our AP statistics books. Then we have in 2016 and 2017, new books that we adopted for pre-calculus and calculus. We have then in 17 and 18, new textbooks curriculum for our math program in grades TK through 5. And then in 2018 and 2019, we adopted new textbooks for our English language arts and our English language development program in grades TK through 6. And then our most recent adoption was just last year, and that was our English language arts and English language development program at Oak Avenue. We are currently piloting language arts over at the high school. So English language arts and English language development is currently in the high school is in their second pilot for that program. But just to kind of give you an idea of the years of their current program that they're using. So most of the programs, most of the textbooks that they're using is a publisher year of about 04, 05. So it is quite dated. And then this is in no particular order, by the way. Currently, we also have a need for adoption of our math program at secondary. So that would be grade 6 at the elementary, and then obviously Oak and the high school. If we refer back to the CDE timeline, that would be in the year 21-22, which is our upcoming year. And currently the textbooks that our students are using and that our teachers are using are from 2008. The next one that I have is science. So science, we would need that for TK through 12. So all of our students, all grades across our sites. Based on the CDE timeline, that adoption would have taken place in 2017, 2018. And the current date of our materials for that is 2007. Since then, it's not just that the materials are dated, but we've obviously shifted gears both in math and in science with new standards. With math with the Common Core standards, the California state standards, and then in science with the next generation state standards. The other subject here that I have is history, social science. So that would also need to be updated based on the CDE timeline. That is an upcoming year of 24-25. And currently the materials that we're using, they vary, but they tend to be all around the 2006 publication year, adoption year. And then we also have world language. And so world language, that actually was supposed to have been this year, 2021, but I can tell you that's been on a delay due to COVID. So that I have a feeling the framework is currently being adopted and, currently being revised. And so that should have an adoption year of next year. But currently our world language textbooks range based on the language, either a 2008 or a 2012 publisher year and adoption year. And then the last one is health and PE. And so health and PE, based on the CDE timeline, would have been 1920, and currently our publication year of our textbooks for health is 2006. So you can see we're a little bit outdated there. So looking at next steps, obviously we want to make sure that we are providing our students with current textbooks, current materials, obviously for our teachers as well. So we want to determine a prioritized list of subjects and grade levels to adopt. And we want to make sure that we're inclusive of our AP classes, because our AP classes, those will not typically fall on that CDE timeline. Those aren't outlined by the California Department of Education, but rather by the College Board in terms of the College Board's recommendations after revisions or changes to the blueprints and the assessments. We also want to make sure that we have determined what monies may be available for these adoptions by year. So as we prioritize the list, we are also prioritizing funds and targeting funds that we can set aside to update our adoptions and update our materials. And then we want to make sure that we are establishing a multi-year calendar, identifying these pilot years, the adoption years, and the training years, because as you can see, it is a multiple year process. And we're not just looking necessarily at money set aside to purchase the program or the materials, but also training, professional development, the cost of substitutes, the cost of technology to implement it, and upgrades to technology that may need to take place. Those are all different factors that we need to consider. And then we would want to make sure we form a curriculum committee by subject and by grade level to begin vetting those materials, and then determining, beginning an actual pilot or adoption process aligned to the calendar that we've established, and then actually moving forward with, beginning some of these steps. Some of the factors that we need to consider are the budget implications. So we have the governor's budget proposal out in January, and then obviously the May revise. Setting those monies aside based on the implications that we hear at these governors at the governor's budget and the May revise. Also having conversations and collaboration with our union. So as we start prioritizing these lists, you know, obviously multiple departments, multiple subjects, multiple grade levels and school sites. Obviously there's needs across our district. So having conversations with our union so we can start to prioritize these needs and making sure that everybody has a fair share and a fair say in the process. And then I mentioned a little bit earlier, but the technology integration and the replacement. So making sure that we're budgeting costs for that. And that when we are looking at these adoptions, that we are looking at the integration piece, because we've done a lot of work in moving forward with Canvas, and Canvas wasn't something necessarily temporary just for COVID. It's something that we now have and that we want to continue with. So we want to make sure that our curriculum does integrate and does work with the platform. And then other external factors outside of our control. So obviously the CDE, I shared with you just one example, but they don't always necessarily follow the timeline. There are situations that come up. We're currently, like I mentioned earlier, we're living in the eternal delay of COVID-19. So there are other delays that tend to come up. And so we just need to be mindful of that. But it's best to have this plan so that as we move forward, we're able to budget accordingly. I believe that is all I have here. So I appreciate everybody giving me the opportunity to share a little bit of information in terms of where we're at and what we need. And so if anybody has any questions, if not, I thank you.
Are there any questions?
Yeah, the state's gonna give us a list of courses we have to buy books for.
So the state provides a list of materials that they have approved through the Instructional Quality Commission. And those materials are published on their website every 8 years.
Okay, and then have we rolled over enough money for the books for the different classes?
So that's that would be another presentation, is looking at the actual funding. That's one of the steps that we need to that I've identified as one of the next steps, is we need to look at what monies we may have available, but we also need to prioritize which content areas, which subjects, which grade levels we're looking to adopt.
Okay, and then what's the total cost? It's not $1.50, is it?
No. I don't have a total cost. I can tell you roughly, you know, it's
give us a rough estimate.
You're looking at about $1 million to $1.5 million per content area per grade level span.
That's for a series of books for all the way up to high school, right?
No, not necessarily. So, you know, if you're looking at, I can just tell you for elementary language arts, English language arts and English language development, that was about $1 million. And that was just TK through 6th grade. And that was just materials. If I start factoring the cost of substitutes, professional development, the price goes up.
So at least $1 million per, at least a minimum of $1 million per curriculum, right?
Correct. And per grade level span. So for elementary, for one subject, and then about another $1 million for secondary for another subject.
And the teachers are going to get trained at our expense too, right?
Yes, we would pay for substitutes for teachers to receive the professional development, or if it's you know, during off contract time, we would pay them their hourly rate or their daily rate.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Are there any other questions? All right, thank you very much, Dr. Gomez. That was really interesting.
Thank you.
Item 23 is the annual performance report, state data.
Good evening. Hi. Given that I have to follow Dr. Gomez's very fancy, high-tech, super interactive PowerPoint, I will prop up my very colorful and kid-friendly one right now for you guys. 1 second. Let's see. Uh-oh, and it is not letting me share. Andy, I may not have the
Presentation.
No, I have the presentation. It's not allowing me. It's not giving me the preference.
Did you
Can
click
see
share
that?
screen?
Yeah, I'm
Can you move
sharing
the
it.
mouse?
Can anybody see that or no?
No.
Click share
Can you move
screen
the mouse
and
down to
then
the bottom of
desktop.
your screen?
Yeah, no, if I go to that, it's telling me that I'm not allowed to. So it's saying, let's try this again.
It may be saying open up the preferences. Your Mac's gonna have to approve or authorize that in the Mac.
Tamar, do you want to just send it to me and I'll put it up for you?
Yes, can I? Really quick.
Yeah, that would probably be best.
I'm so sorry.
No problem.
It is very colorful and kid friendly. You guys will really like it. So. Okay, Mercedes, it has been sent.
Let me refresh.
And while you put it up, I will just begin. There we go. Okay, just let me know when you see it, and then I will go on to the next one. But the presentation's on the annual performance report for the state data that comes out every year. And this is called the APR, the Annual Performance Report. The CDE gives this report every year on the progress on our annual targets that's set. And based on that, they compile and calculate disproportionate representations. So there's 4 main portions of this that it's broken down. So the calculations identify the disproportionate representation by suspension and expulsion by duration, setting race and ethnicity for discipline. That's just one of them. The second one is placement in least restrictive environment. There we go. So the next one. There we go. Yes. And then the overall placement by race and ethnicity, and then placement within a specific disability by race or ethnicity. So they look at the disproportionate rates on all 4 of those. And then based on those, Mercedes, you can go to the next. Based on those, there's 3 required ADR activities, and this is required by the state. And there are 3 very major activities. The first one, before any of the plans start, is the local agency self-study. We do this every year where we have to self-audit about 10 student reports thoroughly to see what our own self-audit is on a lot of the items that they look for. Then we turn that in. We also have to audit and review our policies and procedures. We've already turned this in, and we just got it back about 2 days ago that we've been completed and we're authorized. We are good to go. So we got the gold star on that one. The other 2 I call are dissertations that we have to put together. The first one is the special education plan. And they changed the name of this. It used to be the PIR, which was the performance indicator review plan that we would put together. So they basically divided the former PIR into 2 separate plans. The first one's a special education plan. The second one is the CSACE plan, which is the Comprehensive Coordinated Early Intervention Services Plan. And these 2 plans, we have to write measurable outcomes, activities, based on a 3-year timeline on how we're going to address the indicators that we have not met. So there's a number of indicators, and I'm going to go through those in the next slide. So these are the state performance plan indicators. I've broken them down into ones that are compliance versus performance. So the top ones are compliance indicators, and then the bottom ones are performance. Now there's a number of indicators on here that even though they're measured, there are ones that we don't need to, we're not basically held accountable to report on and or put together a plan. It's on there because, like, for example, the ATP Part C to B, a lot of those they ask that, you know, we're continually addressing post-secondary outcomes. However, based on the SPP, the indicators, we're not writing the plan. So there's a number of indicators on the next two slides you're going to see that aren't on there. And that includes, like, for example, parent involvement, post-school outcomes, resolution sessions, mediations. Those are things that we get information on, but they're not necessarily included in the plans. Okay, so these are the indicators that we did meet: the graduation rate, the dropout rate, assessment math participation, assessment math achievement rate, overall discipline, parent involvement, disproportionality areas, and the rate of eligibility determined in the 60 days, and that's through our assessments. The indicators that we did not meet is 3B, which is the ELA participation rate. We were at 94, oh, sorry, that's okay. So we were at 94.79. The rate of that is 95%. So we were basically like one half student away from meeting this 95% rate. And so the next one was the discipline. So we increased 2.6%. And that basically means that the number of students who were suspended at least one time increased by 2.6%. So we did not meet this indicator. The next four, 5A, 5B, 6A, and 6B, this all has to do with least restrictive environment. 5A and 5B is TK through 12. 6A, 6B is specific to preschool. So 5A LRE in the regular classroom more than 80%, that is specific to our mild moderate population. So we were currently at 44.9%. And all of this data that I'm giving you is about a year and a half old. So it's the 2018-19 data that's being reported for 19-20. We just have to write a plan 1 year backwards, which is, it seems a little odd, but we write the plan based on the data from a year ago. However, we also know that many of these things we've already addressed in this year that I'll kind of cover in the next slide. So 5B is the LRE in the regular class. This is less than 40%. That's for a moderate and severe population. And we were at 25.51%, and we have to be at 21.6. That's the target rate. So 6A and 6B, again, same thing. It just has to do with preschool. Regular program versus the separate class, and the separate class is the actual class of the SEC program, whereas the regular is for inclusive. Indicator 10, this is the one indicator that they separated this year. So the CSACE plan was all written specific to this one indicator. So the entire SET plan was based on, we had to write a plan on all the indicators that we did not meet with measurable outcomes, activities, steps, dates, because it's a 3-year plan. However, the CSACE addressed specific to disproportionality. Where we were out on indicator 10 was for the Hispanic population designated with specific learning disability. So our rate for designation for Hispanic SLD was a lot higher than we should have been. So that's exactly what we were looking for. So in the next slide, what we're currently doing, you can click them all, Mercedes, so they all come up. Okay. There we go. Okay, so indicator 3 ELA participation, we were not much lower. So one of the things we can do, again, this is one that we don't have too much control over, because if a parent opts out of the testing and they choose to opt out, basically what we can do is continually encourage our parents to not waive the testing and share the information and the data that's relevant to their students and the importance of why they should be taking these tests and how we use these tests and the data to measure progress. Our current rate based on last year, because we were looking at the prior year's data, we're at 95.4%. So we're still we're still not too much higher, but again, we've gone over with the current rate that we've put in. I'll skip to the right. I'll go to 5A and 5B. So one of the things that we did based on inclusion, we did a number of things last year. One of them was an entire audit of our system, our classes, our schedules, our SACE program to see if there were errors, and we did find multiple errors throughout. So we created a percentage calculator, and we trained all of our staff. So now all of our staff uses this calculator to calculate correctly and accurately the percentage rate that they're in class. So the 80% rate and the 40% rate. Just by doing that, our percentage bumped up quite a bit. There was a district team member in all of our transition meetings this year. So that really ensured the consistency and the accountability of making sure that our students were being placed in the accurate classes with the appropriate support. So in doing that, we had also created a specialized academic instruction learning continuum, which you'll see in one of the further slides, which had been presented last year. So based on that continuum, we placed the students accordingly, which also bumped up our inclusion rates. We gave them more opportunities, but yet making sure that they have the appropriate supports. So in doing that in just 1 year, our rate currently right now, based on running it from SACE right now, we're at 61%, and our current rate for the 2021 year is at 52.2. So we've gone up quite a bit. For 5B, the state target was 21.6. This was also one that we had not met, and we're currently at 16% for this. For indicator 4A and 10, 4A was discipline. So we had to do a lot of cleanup. We've done a major cleanup of ARIES. We've done a major cleanup of SACE and CalPads, and we're continually doing that still. One of the things that we had put in the plan was to make sure that we're training administrative staff to properly code. Because one of the things we found out was, have we really gone up in discipline and suspensions, or was it that we were incorrectly coding these disciplines? And we did find that that was happening. So that's one of the things that we're working on with Student Service Department to make sure that that happens. Another thing that we put in for our CSACE plan was a multi-tiered system of supports across the way. This was to address indicator 10, so MTSS and SSTs. So yes, we do have an SST process. However, we found that it's important to kind of revamp that process, make sure we've clearly defined what it is, the appropriate steps for a pre-referral, the data that needs to be collected within the 6 weeks before they get to the next step. So that is one of the things that our team is working on, to really clearly define those steps for an MTSS, and then also clearly define that for an SST, and make sure that those interventions are in place and they're being implemented with fidelity. And then the last one, indicator of the 2 indicators that we didn't meet, was 6A and 6B, which was the preschool. And as you know, we've already created a general education preschool that we're looking to implement, that I'm so very excited for. And I know that our special ed team is very excited for as well, to have that opportunity for our students. And that's going to increase inclusive opportunities across the board for our preschool students, and as they continue to go up from there. So the next slide. So this is kind of just a quote that I found at the beginning of the year, and I found it to be very relevant, and we've used it through a lot of our messaging and a lot of the memos that go out to our parents in Parent Square. So we believe in the courage and the resilience of our staff and our community. We will emerge and thrive as we always have together. And then the next slide, this is the continuum. This is the instruction pathway that we had created last year with our team. And this is the exact continuum that we use to place our students accordingly based on percentages and where we felt that they would be most successful. So any questions?
Anyone have a question?
Thank you, Mercedes.
You're welcome.
Well, that was worth the wait. So thank you.
Thank you.
Very interesting. Okay. We'll move on to our discussion action items. Item 24 is approve the 2020-2021 first interim financial report. And Mary Ann, would you like to walk us through that? Uh-oh. She can't hear us. You're on mute.
So this evening, Alexa Koch, our Director of Fiscal Services, is joining us, and she'll be presenting the first interim to the board. Alexa?
Great.
Good evening, President Georgino, members of the board and cabinet. I haven't been introduced to you, I don't think formally yet. So I am the new Director of Fiscal Services. I just started with the district in early September this year. And I'm going to bring up a presentation. I hope I don't have the same problem being able to share this with you.
There you go.
Perfect. Okay, so this evening we'll be presenting the first interim report for your approval. This information is reported to the LA County Office of Education, or LACO, and ultimately it will be reported to the state through the Standardized Account Code Structure software, or the SAC software. It's what we refer to as the SAC software. Every school district in the state uses the same software to report to the state. And this reporting is required to be approved by the governing board and submitted to LACO by December 20th, or December 15th, 2020. The financial results that we'll be sharing with you tonight are through October 31st. And the first piece of it, so I think you all have access to this big 166-page report. This is the SACS, this is the actual SACS report. So this is what you'll actually be approving tonight. The report is in two parts. So pages 1 through 98 represent the funds. So it'll show you the expenses and fund balances by fund. And there's a form number in the upper right-hand corner of each page, and that will tell you which fund you're currently looking at. So beginning on page 1, we have the general fund, which is Fund 1. Beginning on page 27, there's the Adult Education Fund, Fund 11. On page 35, we have our Child Development, or ELP Fund, and that's Fund 12. Beginning on page 43 is Fund 13, the Cafeteria Fund. At page 51, we have the Deferred Maintenance Fund, or Fund 14. On page 57, we have Fund 20. This is the OPEB Fund, or the Special Reserve Fund for Other Post-Employment Benefits. And beginning on page 61 is the Building Fund, or the Bond Fund, which is where Measure S projects are accounted for. Beginning on page 69, we have Fund 25, or the Capital Facilities or Developer Fees Fund. And beginning on page 77 is the County School Facilities Fund, Fund 35. And that one may be, this may be the first time that you're seeing Fund 35, and I'll go a little more in detail on what that fund is later in the presentation. On page 85, we have our Fund 40, the Special Reserve Fund for Capital Outlay Projects, where other capital projects are accounted for. And beginning on page 93, we have the Bond Interest and Redemption Fund, or Fund 51. You may also hear this referred to as the BERF Fund. And then the second part of the report, beginning on page 99 through 166, are supplemental schedules that are required to be submitted with the report. These cover items including average daily attendance, or the ADA, on page 99. On page 103, we have a cash flow, and that will be actual and projected cash flows for our current year, and then as well as projected cash flows for the next fiscal year. On page 107, there's the Every Student Succeeds Maintenance of Effort. On page 111 is the Indirect Cost Rate Worksheet. Page 115 begins the multi-year projections, and that will include the current fiscal year as well as 2 subsequent years of projections. Page 123, we have the Special Education Maintenance of Effort. And then beginning on page 141 are the criteria and standards, which are various measures used to monitor the fiscal solvency of the district. So this is the packet that you will actually be approving tonight. So on the next few slides, I'm going to go through a high-level review of the first interim report with you. See if I can get the slide to advance. Okay. So twice a year, the board is required to certify the district's ability to meet its financial obligations for the current and 2 subsequent fiscal years. This is known as the interim reporting process. So we bring you the first interim now, and later in the fiscal year, we'll bring you the second interim as well. This one is based on October 31st financial results, and it will include any changes to revenue or expenses through the budget adjustment that you last approved at the 10/28/2020 meeting. This is again required to be approved by the board and submitted to the County Office of Education by December 15th. And it will be a projection of our current year and our next two fiscal years financial information. The certification that's given by the board has three possible outcomes. Starting at the top, we have the best possible outcome, which is a positive certification. This means that based on the current projections, a district would be meeting its financial obligations for both the current and the two subsequent fiscal years. The other two possible certifications are a qualified certification, which means the district may not meet its obligations for the current and two subsequent fiscal years. And there's also the negative certification, which means the district will be unable to meet the financial obligations. Temple City is continuing to present a positive certification, so that's great. That's the best possible outcome. Moving on to the next slide, this is presenting a high-level overview of the revenue sources that the district has. You can see the overwhelmingly largest source is the LCFF, or the Local Control Funding Formula revenue. And this is the revenue that we receive from the state of California and from our local property taxes. And it's representing 81.6% of our total revenues. You'll also see federal revenues, other state revenues, and other local revenues. And a new item this year, the coronavirus relief funds. And this is a one-time revenue that was provided to help the district deal with the impacts of COVID-19. So on our next slide is a high-level overview of expenditures for the district, broken down into the various categories the district expends for. And you can see again, overwhelmingly the largest, and this is typical at every district, by far the largest expenses are payroll and benefits. They're representing about 77.4% of our expenditures, and that's for both the certificated and the classified staff. So all teachers, all other certificated staff, and all administrative and support staff. We also have books and supplies, other operating expenses, and capital outlay and other outgoing. And further in the presentation, I'll provide a little more detail on what each of those categories consists of. Okay, so now we're getting into the data. So this slide is presenting for you. Across the top, you will see there's 4 different columns. So we have our board approved operating budget, and that is the current budget, including up to the latest budget adjustment that was presented at the October board meeting. And you'll also see a projection for the 2021, the current fiscal year, as well as the 21-22 and the 22-23 fiscal years. Down the left side of the column, you'll see the various revenue sources that the district has, as well as the various expenditure categories. So the first revenue source that we're seeing is LCFF, and that's the one I'd mentioned on the previous slide. That's making up 81.6% of the total revenue for the district. This is a revenue that's based on a state formula that takes into account our average daily attendance and our unduplicated pupil count, which is the percentage of our pupils that are identified as high needs based on indicators such as English language learner status, homeless and foster youth, low income families, etc. And the income from that also varies by grade span. So K through 3, 4 through 6, 7 through 8, and 9 through 12 each have their own as well that are per ADA. And in the federal revenue category, we have items such as our federal special education grants, our federal titles, Title I, Title II, Title III, and Title IV, and the Medi-Cal billing program. And then again, we have a new item this year, the coronavirus relief funds. This is the one-time funding that was provided to help the district address the impacts of COVID. We also have other state revenue. This is made up of items such as the mandated cost reimbursements, the restricted and unrestricted state lottery funds, and state special ed awards, as well as the Career Technical Education Incentive Grant and the California Career Pathways Grant. And lastly, we have local revenue. This includes items such as lease and rental income that the district receives, interest that the district earns on its cash balances with the county office, and regional class tuition reimbursements that the district receives for hosting students from other districts in our TCUSD regional program special education classes. And then I'm going to briefly go through any differences that you see from the current board approved budget to our projection of what those numbers will end up at the end of the year. So in LCFF, you will see we're currently projecting no change. For our federal revenue, there's a small change projected. It's $8,457, and this is based on an updated allocation for a special education federal award. The initial estimate was based on the prior year award amount, and we've updated that to reflect the current information that was made available. You'll also see that we've added the $2.5 million in coronavirus relief funds that were received. And then in the other state, we have a difference of $182,783. And this is related to a carryover of California Career Pathways and the CTE incentive grant that were not spent last year. And in other local, we have a very small change. It's $1,931. And this is a carryover of unearned revenue from facilities rent from the prior year. So just unspent funds from the prior year for facility rent. So moving into expenditures and the various categories there, our first category is the certificated staff salaries. This consists of salaries for teachers and any other certificated staff. We have the classified salaries, which is for clerical, custodians, aides, any other positions at school sites and district offices that are not certificated. Our employee benefits includes all health and welfare and statutory benefits, as well as retirement benefits through CalSTRS and CalPERS for both certificated and classified staff. Books and supplies includes all supplies for students, staff, and sites. Other operating expenses are the various other expenses such as travel and conferences, dues and memberships, insurance for auto, property, liability, utilities, telephone, and any contracted services such as for special education providers or legal or audit services for the district. We also have capital outlay. We don't currently have any budgeted expenditures in the general fund for capital outlay, but that would include things like equipment, buildings, equipment replacement. That is currently being budgeted in other funds, not in our general fund. Under other, we have items such as the regional class tuition. So in the revenue, we have the regional class tuition being paid to our district to host outside students. And we also have an expense for any students that are in TCUSD's boundaries that are attending regional program courses at other districts. And this line also includes debt service, and that is specifically related to the solar panels at the high school. And it also includes indirect costs for the food service program. Under transfers out, that is the transfer to the routine maintenance or the deferred maintenance fund. So we're allowed to transfer 3% of our general fund expenditures into our Fund 14 routine maintenance to help maintain school facilities. And it also includes the $250,000 transfer that the board requires to be made to the OPEB fund to help fund the post-employment benefits. So we have some changes as well. So there are some small changes to the certificated salaries, and that's just related to small budget adjustments that were made to address COVID. It's actually a decrease of $13,675. We currently have no change to our classified salary estimate. And then you'll see there's another small change to employee benefits, and that is the benefits that would have been related to that reduction in certificated staff budget. The larger increase that you'll see is on the books and supplies line. We had an increase there of 1.7 million. That's related to that COVID relief funding. So that is offset by the revenue that we received from the federal government to help address COVID. So that increases to help the district to buy student devices for distance learning, PPE to keep people safe, and public health expenses for, sanitation supplies, plexiglass barriers, those sorts of things. In other operating, we also have a small increase there. It's approximately 12,000, and that is also related to the COVID expenditures. And there were no changes to our additional lines for other or for transfers out. Those have stayed the same as the board approved budget at this time. And then moving on to the 21-22 and 22-23 years, you'll see some additional changes in our projections versus our current year projection. Starting up at the first line again at the top, the LCFF revenue. So you'll see that that is projected to decrease as the years go on. The reason for that decrease is because the district has been experiencing a decline in enrollment, and because that funding is based on our average daily attendance, the decline in enrollment results in lower funding for the district. The 21-22 year, you don't see as much of a decrease because our ADA is funded based on the higher of the current or prior year ADA. So we kind of get 1 year of relief there where we get to use the higher figure, but then you'll start to really see the effects of that decline in the 22-23 year. Federal revenue, we're projecting no change for those years. You will see on the coronavirus relief funds line, we're projecting 0 for the out years there. At this time, we're not aware of any additional funding that's being provided related to COVID outside of what has already been provided to us this year. In other state revenue, there are some small changes related to changes in the projected state lottery funding that is being provided for both the restricted and unrestricted fundings. And then there is no change budgeted for our other local revenues. So if we move down to expenditures, you'll see that we have projected increases in the certificated and classified salaries. And these are related to step and column adjustments for staff. And you'll also see that there is a large increase in the employee benefits line. This is primarily related to the increasing rates for CalSTRS and CalPERS. So CalSTRS is the teacher's retirement. And back in 16-17, the rate for CalSTRS was 12.58%. However, by the 22-23 year, that will be increasing to 18.10%. We did have a temporary reprieve in the increasing rates. So for our current year, in the 19-20, it was 17.10%, and they did reduce it to 16.15% for our current 2021 year. However, those rates will be increasing in the future. And the CalPERS is the classified employees retirement. This one is also continuing to increase. In our 16-17 year, that rate was 13.88%. By the 22-23 year, that rate will be 26.3%, which is almost doubled, and it will continue to increase. And generally speaking, the COLA provided by the state is not going to cover that increase, since the COLA is only applied to the LCFF revenue and not to our other federal, state, or local revenues. You'll see on the books and supplies and other operating expenses, you will see decreases projected there. That's related to, again, the COVID funding that we budgeted additional expenses for was one time. So those expenses are also going to be one time. So we've removed those expenses from our projections for the subsequent years. And we've also removed any carryover of unspent grants from prior years. Any unspent grants, donations, and site monies from prior years that were not spent have been removed there. We're again not projecting any capital outlay in our general fund. For our other, the increase that you see is related to the scheduled payments for the solar panel debt payments. Those will be steadily increasing. And then for the transfer out, you will also see some minor increases, and that's because that 3% that is transferred to routine maintenance is based on the total general fund expenditures. So as our total expenditures increase, that transfer out will also increase. So I'll move on to the next slide. And so this slide here, what you're seeing is the reserve balances. You'll notice across the top, we have the same 4 columns. We have our current board approved budget, our current projection for the 2021 year, and then the projections for the 21-22 and 22-23 year. And then going down the left side are the various categories of reserves that the district has. We have a revolving cash balance of $15,000. And then we have a designated 3% and 2% reserve. These are calculated as a percentage of total general fund expenditures. The 3% is a state required reserve, and the 2% is the board required reserve on top of that 3% required by the state. We also have the legally restricted reserve. This is the balance that's in any legally restricted grants and other programs, such as those federal special education fundings or federal title fundings. Next, we have the LCFF targeted funding. And this also has a limited use. This is related to the supplemental grant that the district receives from its LCFF funding. And this funding is specifically identified to be used for those high needs students. So again, that will include students that are English language learners, foster or homeless youth, or low income families. Sorry, I have a backwards page here. So our next 3 categories are the lottery unrestricted, the one-time funds, and the restricted lottery. These are being set aside for various curriculum adoptions. So we see that ELA adoption is the English language arts. And then NGSS is the next generation science standards that you had previously heard about. And there's also a base classroom technology, and these funds are just being set aside to help fund any future adoptions, because those, as we've heard, those can be costly. So we want to set that money aside now so that we have it available. And then last, at the end here, we have a couple of littler things. So we have the flyer fees. These are funds that are collected by outside groups or from outside groups for being allowed to advertise for classes or organizations. We have the cell tower money. These are monies that are received from the district by cell phone companies who have equipment on district property. We have the SMAW. This is the School Medical Administrative Activities. And this is funding that the district receives for referrals for students who have Medi-Cal for services that are needed or being requested through their IEP or any other evaluations. There's the Union Health and Welfare. This is the funds the district holds for Union Health and Welfare pooling. And then the last line will be our unallocated reserve. So that's just any funding that is remaining after all of these other items. On our next slide, we'll go through the various other funds that the district.
Alexa?
Sure.
Alexa, excuse me. We're supposed to end our meeting by 10. So can I just take a little minute here and we can do a motion and a second to extend the meeting longer?
Sure.
Okay, hold on, hold that thought. Okay, would someone like to make a motion to extend the meeting? And if we don't get it all in, we'll have to take it up on Saturday.
How long are we going to extend it?
Well, that depends on who makes the motion. How long do you want to extend it?
This is Melissa. I'll motion for 45 minutes. Is that too much?
I'll second that. That's good.
Second, motion made by member Espinosa, second by member Smith. We'll do a roll call vote. Member Lynn?
Yes.
I'm a yes also. Member Nolenberg?
How long are we extending the meeting now?
45 minutes.
Huh? Say it once again.
45 minutes.
Okay, yes.
Member Smith?
Yes.
Member Espinosa?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, Alexa, sorry. Please continue.
No problem. So now I'll briefly go through each of the other funds that the district maintains. Here we're just looking at the projection for our current year for these funds. Across the top, you'll see the name and the fund number, and then down the left side, you'll see the revenue and expenditure categories are the same, so I'm not going to go through those again. The items that will be in those are very similar to what was gone through for the general fund. The first fund that we have is the Adult Education Fund. The money received in this fund comes from the Pasadena City College Consortium grant, and this is used to fund the adult school. We have the ELP fund as well, that's the Child Care Fund. This projection will need to be revisited as we continue through our COVID closures. The child care program has been closed and activity has been lower. So these projections will be updated and brought to the board for their review and approval in the future. We also have the Cafeteria Fund, and I have a similar comment on that one. As we continue going through our COVID closures, we will bring updated projections to you for this fund. Typically, the district serves about 2,500 meals per day, and currently under COVID conditions, we've been serving approximately 700. So we will expect to see lower revenues and expenses in that fund related to that. We also have the Deferred Maintenance Fund, the Fund 14. So this fund is to, it receives the money from the general fund, that 3% transfer to help support maintenance of facilities at the district. Then moving on to the next slide are the remaining funds that the district operates. So we have Fund 20, the OPEB or Other Post-Employment Benefits Fund. This fund also receives a transfer from the general fund. It's the $250,000 per year that the board has been setting aside to help fund that unfunded liability. We also have the Bond Fund, Fund 21. This is where the Measure S projects are accounted for. You'll see in this fund, there's no current year revenue because the 6.4 million that you see at the bottom of the column there is monies from prior issuances that occurred in past fiscal years. So we have our expenditure budget, but the revenue is from prior revenues that came in prior years. You'll also see the Developer Fees Fund, Fund 25. This fund gathers commercial and residential developer fees that are paid when construction is occurring in the district's boundaries. And it's intended to support growth and enrollment in the district that would occur from that construction. So an example of what this could be used for is a new preschool that's under consideration by the district. The County School Facilities Fund, Fund 35. This is a fund that you may be seeing for the first time. The district this year has received so far $28.6 million in funding. These are state matching funds that are related to capital projects that the district completed using Measure S funds. So the 28.6 that you see reflected here is related to projects that were completed at Cloverly, the Dr. Doug Sears Learning Center, La Rosa, and the high school. And we are also expecting to receive approximately an additional $4.2 million the next time that the state has a Prop 51 bond sale. And the last fund that you'll see is Fund 51, the Bond Interest or the Bond Interest Redemption Fund. This is a fund that the county maintains to collect property taxes to pay for the principal and interest payments on the district's bonds. So moving on to the next point. So this is something unique to this year as well. We will be going through what's referred to as an LCFF deferral this year. So in the current fiscal year, the principal apportionment, that's that revenue we had discussed earlier. It's approximately 81.6% of the district's revenues. It's going to be subject to deferrals, which will impact our cash flow. Ed Code Section 14041 specifies the normal timing of the principal apportionment cash that is issued each month during the fiscal year to state agency, from the state agency to the LEAs or the districts. And when financial times get difficult, the state is able to implement cash deferrals, which changes the law to delay the cash that is actually paid to the district. So there's kind of two things going on here. We have our revenue that we receive and we have our cash that we receive. Our revenue is not being impacted. Our total revenue will be the same. However, that cash is being deferred to next fiscal year. So though we have the same revenue, we will not actually have that cash in the door until a later time period. And my next slide will detail that a bit further for you. So what you're seeing here on the left, we have percentages, on the right, we have dollars, and down the side, you'll see July 2020 through June 2021. The first column, the normal column, is the percentage of revenue that we would usually receive in cash each month from the state. And then in the second column, you'll see a deferral percentage starting in February. So beginning in February, our normal payments will be lower than they typically would have been. And you'll notice in June, our payment is actually being entirely deferred, the full 9%. We will receive 0% of our funding. So what this shows is that 36% of that large 81.6% of our revenue is going to be deferred this year. And then on the right side, I've translated that into dollars so we can see what that impact means for TCUSD. So you'll see the normal payment is what we would have expected to get for the state aid portion of our LCFF in each of those months. And then we see the deferral column, and that will show how much of that money the state is holding back and not paying to us until a later date. So beginning in February, they start to withhold that 1.3, and then March through May, they'll withhold 2 million each month. And then in June, they're withholding the entire 2.5 million. What this ends up doing is our revenue of 27 million in state aid, 9.85 million of that will not be received this year. So instead of receiving the 27 million, we'll receive the 17.6 million that you see in the final column. So we'll be closely monitoring and continuing to monitor the cash balances at the district to ensure fiscal solvency related to this. And this is another item that we will bring you another update after the governor's budget meeting in January, as there are currently discussions still ongoing related to these deferrals. Lastly, I just wanted to go quickly through an update on our COVID awards and expenditures for the district. So on our left column, we'll see the various awards that the district has received, and across the top, you'll see some other information. So we have the resource coding, the grant amount, which is the total amount that we will receive for each grant, and a timeline for expenditure. And then the last couple of columns are showing what we expended in March 2020 through June 2020, and then what we've expended so far from 7/1 through 12/30. This information will actually only reflect through 10/30 to align with the first interim reporting that is only through October. And then we have a total that we've expended and the total that is left to be expended. So the LLMF is the Learning Loss Mitigation Funding. It consists of a few items. There's a Coronavirus Relief Fund, which is a formula based on the number of students we have with disabilities, our supplemental and concentration grant, and our total LCFF. So you'll see the dollar amounts that are attributable to each of those. The LLMF also includes Prop 98 state funds and the Governor's Emergency Relief, Education Relief, or GEAR funds. That's a federal funding. And then there are a couple other COVID-related awards that we received. You'll see the Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief, or the ESSER funding. That's a federal award as well. And then we have the Senate Bill 117 funding, which is a state award. The one that we're paying I guess the closest attention to at this time is you'll see on the top line that Coronavirus Relief Fund. Those funds need to be expended by 12/30/2020. That's the statutory deadline. And our Prop 98 funds, which is that next line in orange, those were originally to be expended by 12/30/2020, but we did get an extension until 6/30/2021. So we have a bit more time to spend that. And on my next slide, I'm going to present a quick summary of the expenditures. So this is showing, you'll see across the top, we have our fiscal year 1920 expenditures. So this is what we expended last year, actually before we received any revenue. And then we also have our 2021 Q1 expenditures that goes through September 30th. And then we have the Q2 that will go through 10/30/2020. And then on the bottom is a summary of the total expenditures, the total encumbrances. And encumbrances will represent items the district has ordered but not yet received. And then we have the total of both those expenditures and encumbrances. So on the left, you'll see the categories that the district has been expending in are facilitating distance learning. This includes distance learning software and technology and devices for students and staff in order to enable them to do their distance learning. We also have personal protective equipment, which includes items such as masks and hand sanitizers, and public health expenses, which would include items such as plexiglass and sanitizing products for our M&O department to clean the district's offices and sites. For the encumbrances, you'll see there's $1 million sitting there on the bottom half of this. You'll see in the middle column total encumbrances, and there's $1 million in facilitating distance learning. This represents devices that the district ordered back in the summer, and they're currently stuck in transit, and due to manufacturing delays, we have not received them yet. The state has actually offered a little bit of relief there and allowed that as long as we ordered those devices in time to reasonably have expected them to arrive by December 30th, we will be in compliance. So because we did order those back in the summer, you'll notice our total expenditure and encumbrance actually exceeds our award amount. It's sitting currently at 3.2 million. So we are in compliance with that. We have fully expended that award. Any questions?
That was very thorough, Alexa. Thank you so much. And you made it very understandable also. Would someone like to make a motion to approve the first interim financial report?
Move to approve.
Motion by
Second.
member Smith.
Second.
By member Wilbur. Okay, we'll take a roll call vote. Nicole?
Yes.
Member Lynn?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Member Nolenberg?
Yes.
Member Smith?
Yes.
Member Espinosa?
Yes.
Okay, great. Motion carries 5-0. It's nice meeting you, Alexa. Hope to meet you in person sometime soon.
Nice to meet you too. Hopefully, hopefully soon.
Great job.
Yes.
Yeah. Item 25 is approved budget adjustments to 2020-2021 fiscal year budget. And
so tonight we're
Marianne,
bringing forward tonight we're bringing forward 2 adjustments to the budget. The first one is in Fund 1, the general fund, and it's related to a correction in the carryover entry that we brought in September, increasing by $206,846. And the second is Adult Education Fund 11. And this is to record a budget adjustment for the income, the revenue that we'll receive from the consortium through PCC. We invoiced them back in October, and they're having their board meeting this week to approve this, and we expect to have the funds before the end of December.
How much are we increasing that?
They'll be sending us $350,000. At the time the budget was developed, there wasn't a commitment to the amount of money that we would be getting from the consortium, but we have that commitment now.
What? How much?
350,000.
Okay. I'll make a motion.
okay, would someone like, did you want to say something, Ken?
Huh? Yeah, I'll make the
Did you want to say
motion.
something?
I'll make the motion that we approve the budget adjustments for 2001, or 2001 fiscal year budget,
2020 and 2021.
20 and 2021, yes.
Okay. Someone like to make a second?
I'll second.
A second by member Smith. We'll do a roll call vote. Nicole?
Yes.
Okay, I am a yes. Member Nolenberg?
Yes.
Member Smith?
Yes.
Member Espinosa?
Yes.
Member Lynn?
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries 5-0. The budget amendments are approved, or adjustments. Item 26 is to adopt resolution 2021-11 requesting the issuance of 2020-2021 tax and revenue anticipation notes for the district by the Board of Supervisors of the County of Los Angeles. Marianne, did you want to explain this?
Thank you. So we're asking the board to approve this resolution tonight. What this resolution does is allows the district to apply for the TRAN and to get into the TRAN process. The amount is $12 million. We do not anticipate needing to borrow that much, but that's been the recommendation from LACO and the outside consultant that helps process the TRANs. As Alexa explained to you, the total that we know now for the deferral is 9.859834. The TRAN process will happen and be finalized in February, and the actual cash would come into the district in April. At this point, we know we will get different information in January perhaps, but at this point, 35% of our cash is going to be deferred until the next fiscal year, and that will start in February. The actual amount that we'll be asking to borrow will be determined after the budget meeting on January 15th, and we will be coming back to the board at the last meeting in January to go through the cash flow in detail and also to discuss the details of the TRAN sizing or the actual amount that we need to borrow. Where we're seeing at our estimates right now with the cash flow is we're seeing a possible effect in April and a possible effect in June. And that's basically based on the timing of when the money comes in comparison to when we have to make our expenditures. And our largest expenditures are payroll. And based on the timing that typically happens, there's a chance in April and a chance in June that we'll be having to pay payroll out before the funds for that month come in. But again, the end of January, we'll come back with a very detailed cash flow to review with you and the recommended sizing. If we get some good news in January and they don't do all the deferrals, we may not have to apply for the TRAN at all, but we do need this resolution to be able to qualify for the February TRAN.
Okay,
I'll move
great.
to approve.
Thank you.
I'll motion.
Motion by member Smith. Is there a
I'll
second?
I'll second.
Second by member Espinosa. Are there any questions or discussion? We will take a roll call vote. Nicole?
Yes.
Member Nolenberg?
Yes.
Member Smith?
Yes, ma'am.
Member Espinosa?
Yes.
Member Lynn?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. So resolution 2021-11 is adopted. Item 27 is to approve the fiscal year 2020-21 budget overview for parents. You again, Mary Ann.
Okay, is my screen sharing?
Not yet.
No.
Okay, bear with me. Can you see it now?
No.
It looks like it's coming.
Okay.
You know, I wouldn't be offended if Tamar and Mercedes wanted to leave. I don't think there's anything here for you.
Well,
I'm gonna stay on
Mercedes
student
may
board.
want to stay for this one because part of it's financial and part of it's program. And if you have program questions, you may want her to stay for just a minute.
Okay. I tried.
Can you see it now?
Yes.
Are we good?
Yes, we can see it.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm flying a little blind. So since 2019, districts have been required to adopt a budget overview for parents with the adoption of the LCAP plan. Senate Bill 98 eliminated the requirement for the LCAP plan for 2021, but replaced it with a learning continuity and attendance plan. And this board overview for parents needs to come with the first interim report. So this is the report. I'm not going to go into too much detail because I think you've heard quite a bit about our first interim results, but it's a 4-page report for parents. You'll notice the projected revenue and the sources for the revenue. Hold on 1 second. I get rid of your pictures. So it details the total LCFF and supplemental and concentration grants for us. And then on the left-hand side, it breaks out the other funding, the CARES Act, federal revenue, local funds, and all other state revenue.
So the gray circle on the right is a further
Next page.
breakdown. So the gray circle on
So
the
that's
right,
breaking out the two components of the LCFF?
yeah, of the blue circle on the left, the blue part, right? Correct?
Correct. Correct. So the next page talks about the budgeted expenditures in the learning continuity plan. So the total budget expenditures in the learning continuity plan were $2,264,626. And then we need to detail the amount that was expended on high needs students. And you'll see a slight bit of difference there. And the difference is primarily money spent on teacher devices to assist in the learning continuity, as well as some of the cleaning and personal protective equipment that was purchased. So in 2021, we'll be receiving $4.5 million based on enrollment of the high needs students for these high needs students as described in the learning continuity plan. And $2,033,616 is going specifically detailed in the learning continuity plan, which was presented back to the board back in September. Oops. So this talks about the prior year expenditures, 1920. The total budgeted expenditure in the LCAP for high needs students was $4,654,000, and the actual expenditures were $4,412,000. And everyone is very well aware that the district had to close in mid-March. We did not expect to be closed through the end of the school year last year. So there was a small amount of $242,436 that was not spent as expected on those high needs students due to the closure. And we will get this, if the board approves this tonight, we'll get this posted on the website for parents.
Okay. Can we get a motion and a second first, and then we'll ask our questions?
Sure. Move to approve.
Okay,
Second.
motion by member Smith, second by member Lynn. Okay, Matt, you had a question?
Yeah, this is a little bit off the beaten path, but I saw a reference in here to the mobile hotspots, and I'm just curious, how many did we wind up buying? Do we have a rough order of magnitude?
Mercedes or Hannah, would you like to respond to the mobile hotspot question?
Sure. It's okay. No, we've gotten about, I think we're at 60 now, 60.
Oh, wow. Quite a
We
bit.
were,
Okay.
yeah, we did purchase them, but we also were fortunate enough to receive some from LACO on an MOU that they're paying for. So I think we got about 20 from them. So we've
great.
probably passed out almost 80 hotspots, I believe.
Wonderful.
I only had one thing. It's really not a question. It's just I noticed a small typo on the last page, page 4, almost second to the last line. I think it's supposed to read identified in the LCAP. No. There was a it said leaning instead of learning. I thought it should have said LCAP.
I will look for that and correct that before we post it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It's like it's the last paragraph and toward the end. No.
It says distance learning.
Yeah. I don't know. I read it like 3 times and now I don't even see it here on this version.
Late night, huh?
So maybe it was updated already. Or maybe it was supposed to say leading and I thought it should have said learning.
Thank you.
All right. Sorry.
Okay, are there any other questions or comments? All right, we'll do a roll call vote. Nicole?
Yes.
Member Smith?
Yes.
Member Espinosa?
Yes.
Member Lynn?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Member Nolenberg?
He was
Member
disconnected.
Nolenberg?
His phone
He did?
disconnect. He was disconnected, Donna.
Okay, he said his battery might go out, so maybe that's what happened. Okay, so the motion carries 4-0. The 2020-2021 budget overview for parents is approved. Item 28 is approved participation in the classified school employee summer assistance program for 2021-2022 school year.
Senate Bill 75, which was formerly Assembly Bill 1808, provides a program to assist classified staff who work 11 months or fewer a year and also earn $62,400 a year or less from the district. This allows them to put aside up to 10% of their salary beginning July 1 of the 21-22 school year. And then the state has $60 million set aside to do a matching fund for this. So they would put aside money, whatever percentage each employee would select from July 1 to June 30, and then the state would match the amount that they set aside. In the past couple of years, the state has not used all of the money they set aside, so they were able to match dollar for dollar for staff. In the case that more people participate and the participation is higher than $60 million, then the amount of match is prorated to not exceed the amount set aside by the state for this program. 823 and 105 are very interested and very excited about the possibility of the board approving this evening.
I'd like to move to approve.
I'll second.
Motion by member Smith, second by member Espinosa. Are there questions or comments?
Which item are we at?
28.
Item 28.
Hey, 27, I got kicked off. I'll vote yes on 27. So,
We already voted on it, so it's okay. It's no problem. It approved.
Okay.
It got approved.
okay.
Marianne, have we done this before?
We have not done this before, but I should have added that there is no cost to the district to do this program aside from some payroll time. There's no cost other than that.
It's a benefit to our
Well, no,
employees.
it seems like
Absolutely.
a great program. I'm glad we can offer that to the employees. Okay, are there any other questions or comments? We'll go ahead and do a roll call vote. Nicole?
Yes.
Member Espinosa?
Yes.
Member Lynn?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Member Nolenberg?
Yes.
Member Smith?
I'm an enthusiastic yes.
Okay. Okay, the motion carries 5-0. All right, great. Next is the consent calendar. There are routine items approved by one motion and one vote unless a member of the board or audience requests that any item be reviewed and voted upon separately. Would someone like to make a motion, please?
Move to approve.
Motion by member Smith, second by member Nolenberg. Any questions or comments? I have one question. The playground equipment for Longden, where is that going?
There's some equipment going in at the southeast side of the campus in the kinder area, and then also on the northwest corner near the Little League field.
Is this replacing equipment or?
Yes, heavily used and not repairable.
Okay. All right, great. Any other questions or comments? We'll do a roll call vote. Nicole?
Yes.
Member Lynn?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Member Nolenberg?
Yes.
Member Smith?
Yes.
Member Espinosa?
Yes.
Okay, the consent calendar is approved 5-0. Item 34 is board comments. Do any of the board members have comments they want to make?
Just two brief comments that I wanted to make. I just wanted to thank Member Nolenberg for his service. And also I wanted to wish all our school community, all of our administrators and staff, and classified and certificated staff and families a very happy holidays.
Anyone else? Member Nolenberg, did you want to say something?
Yes, I would just like to thank the person who made that statement, and I second it. And the other thing, the general comment on the budgets, all budget items that we went through, I think that reflects the superintendent and the business office for their efforts in providing us good information each time and being very conservative. So we're in good financial shape now.
Okay, thank you. I also wanted to thank Ken for his service to the district and wish him good luck in his next endeavors.
Thank you.
Moving on to item. I'm sorry, did someone want to say something? Moving
Yeah,
on to
just
item 35. What did you want to say, Ken?
on board comments, do we have to just limit it to one person, or can we limit it to 2 or 3? I think the first responders we should resign, or we should have both the first responders and the person you named as people who contributed to the success of the school. Okay?
Okay.
The annual meeting on January, the annual meeting, December 12th, what time is it?
I believe it's at 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock, okay. Thank you.
Okay, so back to item 35. Does anybody have any future agenda items? We have the joint meeting with the Personnel Commission and the communications presentation. Did you have something, Melissa?
Yeah, no, I was just going back to my comments from earlier. I would like us to have a discussion about, visual and performing arts and what role it plays in our district.
Okay. Anything else? All right, item 36 is additional public comments on agendized and non-agendized items. Did we get anything, Marie?
No.
Okay, we'll move on to adjournment in memory of David Schindel and to the essential workers. Would someone like to make a motion to adjourn at 10:29?
Yes, I'll do. I'll
Okay,
make the
motion by
motion.
member Nolenberg. Second?
I'll second.
Second, I think Melissa beat you to it. Second by member Espinosa. We'll do a roll call vote. Nicole?
Yes.
Member Nolenberg?
Yes.
Member Smith?
Yes.
Member Espinosa?
Yes.
Member Lynn?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. The meeting is adjourned and we'll see everybody Saturday morning.
Thank you all.
Good night, buddy.
Good
night.
Thank you. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night, Marianne.
Good night.